Well, hello everyone. I am back. Yet another day. It does feel good to be consistent. I think there's a lesson in that somewhere. But yeah, thanks guys for being here. Starting off the stream. How long does it normally take me to get started? Ooh, this time it was about 12 minutes from the moment I hit the stream button to when I show up, my face shows up. I'm a bit slow with it when it comes to once I hit the stream button. I'm running around behind the scenes, feeding my cats and making myself a drink, and then there's a few things that pop up always, every single time. I wonder that one of these days I'll try to do a stream where I start off right off the bat, but okay, anyways, welcome guys. Happy Wednesday, May 13th. I don't know if that's special for any of you guys, but if it is, well, there you go. Yo, we got Sora in the chat. Sora with those epic emotes. What the heck is that? Is it it's a head bob. Nice, I like it. Sora, how are you doing? Hopefully you're doing well over in the Philippines, was it? Yes. Sora says, my boy, where's the fat cat? Well, I just fed fat cat. He's just kind of chilling on the floor here. I think he's eyeing the food because Nala's up on the kitchen counter right now finishing off her food. Kimbap. Oh, hey, Kimbap. Hey, no. Sora, thank you very much for raising my attention to my cats, because I just caught him red-handed. That little bastard. No, Kimbap. I just fed him too. He had his food. It's not like he's starving. Clearly he's not. We got Katzenell and Boggin saying, at YobelPrize, I'll watch your latest video meanwhile. Oh, thank you very much. Yes. Oh yeah, because I did, I pinned it to all the chats. So if you haven't watched it or you would like to rewatch it, because it's only 2 minutes long, and support the channel, feel free to watch my latest YouTube video. It's just it's honestly just a quick little thing I wanted to make, highlighting one of the features of the Nikon Z6 III camera, which I use currently as one of my cat cameras right now. Oh, look who's showing up right now. You can see his tail over on one end, and then it looks like he's gonna make his way up here. Yeah, Kimbap has found his new home, which was Nala's old bed, and then Nala. I'm actually curious. I'm assuming, seeing that Kimbap is the one who's coming up here first, maybe he kind of stole Nala's bed, and then Nala was like, okay, whatever, F it, I'll just take over the other one. All right, speak of the devil, the fat cat himself has decided to grace us with his presence, so good boy over there. Here, let me, good boy. Yeah. Don't steal food, but you can hang out with me. Good boy. Okay, anyways, so there is the fat cat. And Katzenell and Boggin, do let me know. Watch the video. Definitely make sure to like, subscribe, all that stuff. And then leave a comment if there's a moment in there, or if you have any thoughts about my message. It's just a quick message about why I shoot slow motion when I travel. And it's for obvious reasons, right? I hope the visuals will be the proof in the pudding of why do I shoot slow motion. It makes things look very cinematic. Some could say that it's a little bit like cheating, because it can make almost anything look cinematic, but to me it's like, who cares? If it looks good, it looks good. Especially for my line of work, where I tend to do a lot of wildlife photography or wildlife filmmaking, so there's a lot of fast action. So anytime I can slow things down a bit, there's some value in that. In addition to that practical reasoning, the other reason I give in my quick little video is the fact that I do think, it's a little bit of a retroactive, let's say, but I do think there is some, there's something, profound is too strong of a word, but there is something to slowing things down in a world where I think we let life passes by very, very quickly. You know, how many times do we all just have that moment where we're like, oh my God, has it really been a year, or has it really been 6 months, or whatever the time duration is? It feels like you blink and your life is gone. And I think that's a very normal feeling, especially when you start building up routine in your life, where if every day looks the same, if you go walk the same path to work, if you say the same kind of common conversations with your coworkers, if you have the same, you eat at the same restaurants, and you have the same, you go to the gym at the same time, or if you live stream at the same time, for whatever it is, right? It's like you build up these routines, and unfortunately, I think our brains process these similar routines in our lives as like a single memory, and so then it compresses it So then as time passes, it doesn't feel like 1 year's passed. It feels like a week's gone by and we've already come to the year mark. So that was one of the reasons, by the way, why I moved to Dubai, was to slow down time. That's probably going to be a behind the lens episode that I'll film later, just kind of explaining how did I end up here in Dubai from the States. I hope it's an insightful, little story I can share. But part of the reason was because I wanted to slow things down a bit. I wanted to basically inundate my senses with all kinds of new variables, right? Like the smell, the sights, the culture, everything's so different when you move to a new place. It doesn't have to be Dubai, but obviously it's like very, very different from anywhere in the US. So, and that kind of allows me to have a quick little steroids break of so much for my brain to process that it does feel like a lot's happening in a short amount of time. Okay, I am rambling as I'm just fixing a few things here and there and turning this little fan. By the way, I brought this fan with me on my 2 months of traveling. It was a lifesaver. Holy crap. Because most of the time in Tanzania, some of the time in Uganda, it would get really hot, right? I'm carrying a bunch of stuff. It's just, it's like, there's no AC, all right? I'm a little bit soft like that. So then I would walk around with this and it cools you down instantly. At the airports, walking around with this thing, just pointing it right at my face. Oh my God. Godsend. I almost want to be sponsored by these guys, or I need to get like an affiliate link, because this is one of the best. Now that I have this, I feel like this is one of the best companions you can take with you anytime you travel. If you're like me, where you overheat too quickly. So, and also you can point this at your computer, at your hard drives when you're, importing or exporting footage. So, all right, there you go. There's my quick little plug of this. What is this brand? Just Jisoo Life. Just Life? Jisoo Life. There you go. If you're watching Jisoo Life, hit me up. Sponsor my videos. Sora says cinematic fat cat. Yes, exactly. Are both my cats here? No. We just got Kimbap chilling with us. Look at that plump face of his. What a good boy. What a good boy you are. Yeah, there you are. Okay, anyways, as I play with my cat, what are we going to do today? So today is no different from any other day of my typical streams while I'm at home, which is a lot of photo and video editing. And I do have a lot of videos I want to watch. So I think one of the things we're going to do as I get back into streaming is kind of mixing in a bit of watching me edit my photos or my videos. Right now I'm in photo editing mode from one of my from my Uganda trip, one of the Uganda trips from this past 2 months. So as I go through that, we will also then watch some YouTube videos that I have lined up. So my goal as a creator is to be much more proficient at being a live streamer, sure, that goes without saying, but being better at cinematography, understanding how does one tell a compelling story, and then put it all together. Being better at photography for sure, all of the other things, but definitely the big thing is trying to understand how do you make good storytelling possible. So I do want to catch up on some YouTube videos that are usually going to be in that vein of that line of thinking. And so hopefully if you are watching my stream, I do hope that I can be very good at being entertaining for you, but I don't want to rely on just that. Okay. I'm not so, egotistical or delusional to think that I'm like this most impressive entertainer. But maybe you can watch some videos with me and maybe we'll learn together, whether it's around editing photos or videos or the art of storytelling. That's what we're gonna have fun doing. So I'm just lining up a few things over here on my other screen, and then we're gonna get started. Oops, I did the wrong thing there. Let me split that view. Another thing I want to start doing as we start off the streaming is do a fun little warm-up exercise. I say exercise, but it's just like a little game. What was it called? Dialed.gg dialed.gg/sound. Katzenellen Boggin says, where did you film the wild dogs? I never seem to encounter one where I'm in the when I'm in the wild. Always unlucky. Yo, thank you for the question. Thanks for the interest. That was shot in Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe in 2 different parks. I had 2 opportunities to see them. And they're called the painted wild dogs. I know there are a number of different versions of them. This one's called the painted dogs. I saw them. The one you're probably referencing from my opening video is from Hwange National Park. And then I got lucky enough to spot a whole puppy litter of them in Mana Pools National Park in Zimbabwe. Katzenellen Boggin asked, was it the Kruger National Park? No. Kruger, I've never actually been to. It's in South Africa. But no, the ones that I saw were in Zimbabwe. Sora says, I have a question since you're a Nikon partner. Is the Nikon Z50 Mark I worth it? I wouldn't say I'm a Nikon partner. I don't know if that's like an actual title. I am a Nikon, they call me a Nikon creator, which is like one rung, it's the Temu version of being an ambassador, is what I like to say. So, but yeah. So I've never shot with the Z50, as you're talking about. Let me just see real quick. I've shot with the Z50 Mark II. Funny enough, because I just did a training workshop in Tanzania, right? So I spent about 10 days and I was teaching a bunch of wildlife safari guides how to do photography. And as far as the gear that they were practicing with, they shot with all Nikon wireless, Nikon mirrorless cameras. And then we had a couple of the Z50 Mark IIs. And initially, when we were looking at like, okay, would this camera be sufficient enough for wildlife photography? I had my, what would you call it? What's the word? Misconception, because I'm, a little bit elitist now that I've been shooting with the Z9s and the Z8s of the world and the ZRs. So my assumption was like, oh, the Z50 Mark II, is that not going to be a powerful enough camera? But it actually ended up being pretty impressive, especially because it's an APS-C. It's an APS-C format, right? Which actually meant that it gave you a bit of a one-up when you're shooting wildlife, because it would just kind of give an extra boost to the zoom effect, or like the cropping into your shots with whatever lens you were using. So there was, technically, you kind of almost got a built-in teleconverter when you're shooting with the APS-C. But yeah, like besides that, I haven't had much practice with the Z50 Mark II. Definitely, I've never shot with the Z51. So I can't tell you. And Sora, for that question, I guess it always comes down to what's your budget? What is it that you're trying to shoot? Yeah, and then do you already have a camera system or lens system that you're kind of married into? Because it's oftentimes very difficult to kind of transition to another family of camera system. Katzenellen Bongen says, I'm very torn on if you should wait for the Z9 Mark II or just buy the Sony A7R V1. The Z9 came out before the A7R V and still nothing. Hey, listen, you know what? There's no wrong answer, right? There's obviously no wrong answer. In fact, actually, I think I have a video lined up today from
I'm gonna go on
Peter McKinnon about the R6V. I don't know if that's the one you're talking about, because I need to also expand my understanding of different cameras out there. What I will say is that I am very, very, as a Nikon shooter, I've never been more excited to be a Nikon shooter. But keep in mind also, I do a bit of hybrid, although I'm leaning more towards videography these days. So, but regardless, I'm very excited for the future of Nikon. Obviously with the ZR being what it's done already. And what have they come up with recently, right? They came out with the 120 to 300 f2.8, and that felt like, to me, when they came out with that lens, it feels like they are listening to the people, to the masses, because it almost felt like they were reading my mind. Because I joked about it the other day on the stream, but with with my photographers that joined me in Uganda, we kept talking about like, man, if Nikon comes out with a 120 to 300 with a built-in teleconverter, that is the ideal lens that they should work on. And lo and behold, they did release that one. And then, yeah, we haven't heard anything about this Mark II. Yeah, so, yeah, with that in mind, when they come up with the Z9 Mark II, I will be very, very excited for it, obviously. But now I'm struggling because it's like, I'm shooting with the ZR. Well, it depends, I guess, what's packed into it. If it's got the R3D, codec, then yeah, hands down, I think having the Z9 Mark II as my primary and then the ZR as my secondary would be like the ideal 1-2 punch combo. Sora says I'm buying in secondhand market in the price range of Z50 Mark I. There's a Sony A6300 or the ZV-E10, A7 Mark II, and Canon R50 and RP. Man, I honestly could not tell you with any of those like how it stacks up. Yeah, I can't give you a good answer, Sora. I apologize, because I've never really shot with the Z50. As a Nikon fan, you know, I shoot with my ZRs, but I've shot with the Z8, Z9, the D850s, and some of the other ones. But when it comes to the Z50 Mark I, I don't know if I've ever even seen one. Oh, I guess it would just be called Z50. Okay, why am I an idiot? Let me see the Z50. It's a 21 megapixel X-Speed 6 engine. Oh, interesting. I didn't know you could do that with the flip screen. Yeah, you know what? Here's what I'll say, Sora. If you continue to watch my stream, which you should, and I hope you do, obviously you know that I'm a Nikon user. There's a number of us in the community here that shoot with Nikon. And at the very least, if you start with the Z50 and then you start buying into the Z system, then there's at least a bit of correlational overlap there where, you know, some of the knowledge that I can share will hopefully be helpful to you. But I am very much a strong believer of the Z system that Nikon's come up with. So as they come up with better cameras and everything else, the lenses that Nikon keeps putting out into the world that goes for the Z system are fantastic. Oftentimes a bit heavier than the competitors, but the glass itself is like, you know, premium. You never hear people ever talk mad shit about Nikon glass. So it's usually about the autofocus of the Nikon. But with these Z cameras, it's gotten so much better. Is there a Nikon F to Z adapter? Yes, there is, of course. I say of course, but there's an FTZ2 that they came up with. I think I have it somewhere in my storage space. But yeah, they have an adapter. Another thing they talk about with this Nikon Z system is that the way that the sensor mount is built and the size of it and everything, it makes it very easy for Sony shooters with their Sony lenses to actually adapt onto a Nikon body. I think they call it the flange distance, which it beats me what that actually means. All right, so let me do a quick little warm up as we did the other day, and because I enjoy little games like this, this is something where it tests your ability to match sound frequencies from what you hear. So we're gonna play this and let's see if I can get a perfect score. Oh, is there a hard mode? Okay, let's do this hard mode. Okay. Okay, one issue I've been having, I noticed that I'm usually off, and when I'm off, I'm under matching as opposed to over, if that makes sense. So I think I need to overcorrect sometimes. In this case, I overcorrected too much. Okay. A bit rusty here. Oh, okay. That's damn near perfect. I don't think I've ever gotten a perfect score or a perfect like matching to the decimal. Okay. How'd I do? How'd I do, boss? $26,000. Let's try again. Not bad. A good start. Not bad. I go. Okay. Oof. That was not my best. Damn. One more. Okay. All right, I think I did better than last. Yeah, there we go. That's a big hop. We were in the top 15,000 of 775,000. I think that's acceptable. We got 3 10 out of 10 scores, so I'll live with that for today. Dial.gg over /sound. There we go. All right, now that that's done, what's on today's docket? I mentioned I have some YouTube videos I want to watch, including the one, I guess it's related to who was it, Sora? About that new Canon camera. So I'm curious, because we got this video from Peter McKinnon, who is, of course, a Canon shooter. I say of course. I'm assuming he's still sponsored by Canon. I don't see why he wouldn't be. So apparently he posted a video a couple hours ago. The next video I wanted to watch, or I guess we'll figure out the ordering. This video about why Project Hail Mary looks unreal with DP Greg Fraser, because I really enjoyed that movie. Fun little story, by the way, with Project Hail Mary. So I mentioned I was traveling for the past 2 months, and during that time I was staying in Munich for the majority, or like in between my trips. And I remember in between the trips, I was like, oh my God, Project Hail Mary came out. I had the audiobook for years and I never actually finished it. And I was like, you know what? I just want to I really want to watch this movie because it had been blowing up. The hype had been crazy for the past few months prior to the release of the film. I guess like in those, like, what do you call those? Like in the what do you call those things? The premieres or whatever the thing is where special people get to watch it in advance. And everyone was going crazy about how good this movie was. And that's my cup of tea. I love like sci-fi, fantasy, those kind of things, adventure stories. So I was in Germany. I went online. I found the nearest cinema and booked my tickets, showed up there, sat down and everything, super excited. And then I remember the trailer started playing and I wasn't like fully, it didn't process right in the moment. But at some point I was like, something strange, because they were playing these trailers and you had like big actors like, I don't know, Hugh Jackman or whomever, but they were speaking in German. And so my slow ass brain took me some time to figure out what's going on. But like, wait, are they dubbing these trailers? It's like, why would they take the time to dub the movie trailers into German? Okay. And then it clicked. I'm like, wait a second. Did I book tickets to watch Project Hail Mary in German dubbed? And I remember I left. I asked the guy at the counter and they're like, yeah, that's German. They only have an English showing like once every week or two or something, like, you know, every blue moon. So yeah, there was my idiocy showing up again. So unfortunately there wasn't another showing until I got back to Dubai, so I had to hold off. But the good news is that gave me time to listen to the full audiobook on my flights. Really good book. And then the movie was fantastic. As of now, that's probably my favorite movie of the year. the past like 12 months or whatever. So anyways, I saw this thing, it's talking about why it's good, and as I try my best to become better at filmmaking, cinematography, blah, 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 it would be good to understand how do these amazing Hollywood films come together, what are the people behind the scenes doing to make it look so amazing.
This is the secret.
Then we got, oh wow, this dude grew a beard, or no, grew a mustache, Cullen Kelly. He looks so different with a mustache, what the heck? So we got Cullen Kelly, I haven't seen one of his videos in a while, but there's a video, cinematographers who grade like this get better color. So again, in the same vein of I just want to keep improving what I do, let's check out his video. And then there was a Peter McKinnon video doing a studio tour of his place. So that also sounds interesting. And then, as if we didn't have more than enough content to watch, I had briefly mentioned on the other stream how one of the stories I think would be fun to film would be, if I could visit the Tuareg people, if I'm pronouncing it right. But there's a tribe that lives in some parts of like the Sahara Desert who culturally, the men are the ones who are fully clothed, or like they have like the, I don't know what you call it, like the burqa style thing. And it's almost like, I think it's like a matriarchal society. So given that I live in Dubai and it's, I don't know, it just felt like something quite fascinating if I could visit one of these tribes. But apparently when I was doing some brief research, where these people live, it's in a lot of war-torn countries, or like not the most stable places to be able to visit, where it's considered more than risky. I think there's one place potentially, it might be Algeria, where you might be able to go there. So anyways, I wanted to do some research, and I figured maybe I should also see if I can watch some videos and see if it can help me establish like if it's a trip worth trying. So anyways, we got plenty of stuff. I don't know where to start. Let's do this Canon one. We got Peter McKinnon. And in the meantime, I need to edit my photos. So yesterday we had finished the first day of my trip. So these are all the photos that we had edited. But now I want to proceed to the next day. Let's get this ready. Yeah. So just as a recap, these were the photos that I'd finished editing yesterday, starting with, it was the shoe bill day, and the next two are shoe bill days. So get ready, guys, to be inundated with that. Yo, we got Kristen in the chat. Kristen said, hello, Yobel, did you get that translated this time? It did not translate. Why? Does it usually? Oh, yeah, because that's right. Last time I translated to Jubilee. Welcome, Kristen. Thanks for being here. We're just doing another chill stream. Yeah, it's kind of fun to get back into the swing of like streaming every day, committing to, let's call it at least 3 to 6 hours, somewhere in that window. If I can dedicate some time to be with you guys, be productive, edit some photos from my trips, talk about my trips, talk to you guys, watch some videos, keep improving my skills, and blah blah blah. So that's the point of today's stream. Hope you've been well, Kristen. Hopefully, I think you were saying you're working on your book. Kristen says, by the way, I've read through the Book of Jubilees a few times. The Book of Jubilee, is that a name of the book of? Is that like a Bible? Book of Jubilee. Book of Jubilees. Interesting. Oh, you know more about the founding of my name than I do. Okay, I was getting confused. Like, is that the name of like one of the books of the Bible or whatever? Anyways, thank you for expanding my knowledge there. I popped in a couple times while at work. It's written by Moses, the OG himself, Mr. Moses. Nice. Well, thank you for sharing. Yeah, that is my namesake. So since you've been gone, or just as a quick little catch up, this is what we finished the other day on the stream. So I finished editing some of these photos of the shoebill stork. So that was on the first day of my trip to Uganda. I was on my own, so I just spent some time with my 400mm lens, shooting with my ZR. And I was able to capture a few moments with the shoebill here on a morning swamp ride. And then the next day, which we're going to work on today, that's when my two guests had arrived and we did our afternoon shoebill excursion, and my hat switched where during that time I was mostly focusing on taking photos and videos of my guests while they're shooting the shoebill. So, and that's really fun for me to do. But anyways, these are some of the photos that I'd highlighted, and then we spent the time to edit. So I think there's some keepers here. There's some good ones that I could definitely blow up and turn into something, maybe post it on social media or on my website. We'll see. And now we're going to get started on day 2 of this trip. And I mentioned when it comes to editing some of these like photos of my guests, I'm probably not going to go overly crazy with the creative edits. Because, you know, especially when it comes to editing people, it's like I could have a style, but that could be completely off from what they want. So I always find that it's better just keep it somewhat simple with the edits. So yeah, that's what I'm going to work on here. Kristen says, it explains the timing of the world. Interesting. So pretty and a little creepy looking. Yeah, the shoebill is quite fascinating. I don't know if it's my favorite animal, just because I love elephants. I love like baby elephants, especially. Do I love chimpanzees? I'm not sure, but they're so amazing to be around. The shoebill is just such a unique. It's such a unique animal. So it feels like it should be up there, but not yet. All right, here we go. Let's watch this video.
Layman say the R6V is...
Baby elephants are so interesting to watch. Yeah, they're like so clumsy. They're so curious. They're kind of like, well, I mean, all babies, I guess, in some ways, but baby chimps, baby gorillas, they're also very fun to photograph and film because they're like, their curiosity goes crazy. It's like Curious George. That's what I'm thinking of.
I'm going to go on a limb and say the R6V is everything I've ever wanted in a Canon camera. Like, it's all in one. Like, for the first time, truly, for me, it might be the perfect camera. Now, what do you think?
Canon might have just made the most interesting hybrid camera they've released in years.
What does that say? It says R6V is a prototype footage, 4K, 24 frames per second, open gate, 10-bit C-Log graded. Why 10-bit? I'm curious. I don't know anything about this camera. I don't know if it's considered like a flagship. Canon's new R6V. It's a video-heavy powerhouse that sits in a category of cameras. It's a 7K RAW open gate camera. Man, people love that open gate, don't they? Okay, I don't know much more beyond that. Kristen says, I love all the primates, but most of all the bonobos. They look like chimps, and it's the women who rule their peaceful society. It's fascinating. Interesting. I've never been able to see a bonobo. I would love to go wherever they are. At this point, I feel like it's like Pokemon, got to catch them all. I feel like I'd have photographed every monkey and primate, apes, whatever, anything out there. But yeah, I don't know if you caught the beginning part of what I was saying, but one thing that I was thinking it'd be fun to try to see if I can figure out a trip to go there is visiting the Tuareg people. And my quick understanding is that they're actually like a matriarchal society. And then the men are the ones that wear like, they cover up their face and things. So we're going to watch some videos on that as well, because I want to research if that's like a documentary style travel that I should consider. Excuse me. All right, let's keep watching.
Paper, this thing feels less like an R6 and more like a mini C50. Internal 7K RAW, open gate, built-in cooling, C-Log 2, 3, full-size HDMI. Features that used to live in much more expensive cinema cameras are suddenly finding themselves inside bodies you can fit.
By the way, how loud is that? I wasn't paying attention. Let me see here. Let me look at the audio levels.
And throw in a backpack and take anywhere. And honestly, after using it, this feels like one of those cameras that's gonna make a lot of creators, myself included, stop and rethink their setup. Canon didn't just update the R6 line here. This feels like they completely changed what this category of camera can be. This is the R6V. I didn't mean for that to rhyme.
Kristen says, I love all the primates, but most of all, oh yeah, sorry, but that does sound like an interesting sociological experience. Yeah, I honestly don't know anything about it. I just saw this random social media post about it a few weeks back, I think, and then I've just been too busy to follow up on it. But now that I'm home and I'm trying to think through, like, you know, different trips, that's one of those things I need to start researching.
Have you seen how expensive these are now? Like, trying to find, where is it? I can never find. I can never find. Hang on a second. I rigged some lights up in here. There we go. I rigged lights up. I can never find the tripod plate. I have gone through so many. It's the little bits. I have this to remedy this issue, filled with things. But the problem is so many little things can go in here that then they all get lost within this. There is no system that works.
Man, that doesn't give me hope. If Peter McKinnon himself isn't able to stay organized, when, like, I'm sure money is not an issue for him, this is his whole life, and he still can't find shit. Like, that's my world, and I have none of that. I don't have any of the things that he's got, and I struggle with that. It's like, man, if I ever make it this big as a content creator, as a photographer, YouTuber, whatever, this is like something I think I'd be so OCD about. I would want a storage space where I can meticulously know everything. Like, this is where all the adapters go. These are where this thing goes, the cases, the mic stuff, audio. I would be a bit OCD about that. Let me close this thing. Today I'm baking 4 dozen cupcakes and I'll be decorating them with edible pansies. Dang, send a photo if you can.
Look at this mess, just lens caps, stuff, act like it's full. And all I need it for is so I can use like a tripod, which I don't even know where that is. Not that one. I don't know why I have this. Or this. Good. That's my first strobe ever. Paul C. Buff. Alien bees. This is the best I could afford. These are still awesome. I had no idea that was back there. I mean, it might be in my truck. I might be looking for no reason, but I do think, though, that having an organized system as far as your gear and your things and your equipment goes is very important, so you don't blow an entire morning looking for a singular tripod plate and then, to boot, the tripod the plate goes with. If those things were just stored appropriately from the jump, time would be saved. So I'm still working on that. To this day, I have not found a system that works. Not for a lack of effort, by any means, because there are some systems that do work. For example,
verification completed.
Wow. Okay, that's where his money went. Well, that's cool. Man, my jealousy level is just skyrocketing right now.
oh, it's beautiful. Never gets old. Using that as a key light was not a great idea. You see, cameras are fun to collect. Cameras are fun to collect. They're fun to own. They're fun to getting new ones in the mail is always super exciting. The problem is, 1, trying to find space for them all. 2, trying to find a time to use them all. And 3, also, this day and age, trying to find where that camera fits into your life. I find a lot of them seem to kind of do a lot of the same things, or there's very specific tasks, very specific people, a niche within a niche that these cameras are meant for. So where one might work for one person, the second might work for...
Kristen said, I'm bringing them to work for a cake contest. They're gluten-free for a coworker that has celiac disease. I don't even know what celiac disease is. Well, that's very thoughtful of you for doing that. Dang, I didn't know I know some people say they avoid gluten, but I thought, this is like speaking to my ignorance. I thought people who want gluten free, I thought it was more just like a made up thing, or people just wanted to be healthy, or just like I thought it was just something people made fun of us, San Francisco people, of like, oh, you know, you want that vegan, gluten free, something, something, something. But I didn't realize that actually has an effect on people physically. Celiac disease. Interesting.
For the second person, we just have to build a third to create a need for the person in between. And that's where sometimes things can get kind of confusing. I realized I've got this fridge here, and I used to go to a skate shop when I was little, and my mom would drop me off with my friends, and you have to sign a waiver. Like, my mom would have to sign it. Basically, like, if your kid dies here, it's not our fault. And this place was so dirty and so horribly managed, and it was so sick. You would come home and blow your nose and it would just be black soot because of how dirty it was inside. But like, when you were signing that waiver and you could hear the ramps and the kids going down the ramps from inside, it was like, it was a feeling of adrenaline and a surge of excitement that I couldn't even put it into words. And then you would finally get the approval. Mom would leave. You'd go through this door into this insane skate park, and there were stickers on everything, literally everything. And from that day, I have been obsessed with putting stickers on stuff. And I'm not alone in this. A perfect example of someone who has meticulously and perfectly stickered a tool case.
Yo, I'm kind of like that, but not on his level. I do have stickers all over my stuff, but that's like an insane level of it. Kristen says she gets really sick if she eats anything with wheat flour. Damn. Okay.
Exhibit A. There's the old skate park. Blue Tile Lounge. Yeah. A perfectly stickered garbage can. Also, great option. A fridge. Being stickered in the process.
Do you have any extra stickers that I could have for my fridge?
Always.
Do you have any? Yeah. In hand, ready to go.
Always ready to go, bud.
Thanks, man.
Wait. I swear, because look, I'm not making it up. I just realized within arm's length, I've got all of these stickers that I still haven't figured out where to stick them on. But yeah, your boy's also a little bit crazy about that. So it's good to know that I share some interest with Peter McKinnon. Which one do I want to stick on? Yeah, the thing is, I don't know where to stick them. I wonder if there's like, can I put it on one of these camera angles? Oh yeah, I guess I could decorate this cat bed. But the problem is this cat bed is not permanent, right? It's not, I don't know how long it's supposed to last. So I feel like it'd be a waste to sticker it up. Actually, but it's a good position too. You know what? I think I should sticker it. Because there's nowhere else. Here, I mean, if I sticker the table, it's not that visible. It also probably breaks the aesthetic. Yeah, and there's not really much place to put it here. Okay, I think this one is our best bet. Okay, I'll put that on my to-do list. I'm jumping around too much. My ADHD. We'll put that on the list. Kristen says, damn, that's a lot of stickers. I have 85 kids and no stickers. What? Okay, maybe it's an adult hobby, you know?
I think it's time that I started to blast this. I need a new sticker collection. I need a new place to collect all of this. This is just calling my name. And no, this video is not it's not about stickers. It's about one camera in particular that you've probably seen in the thumbnail. This is probably why you're here. So I will just, I have a process. This is just part of that process. All right, it's under the light there. All right, it's a work in progress. Now I bring up all those things because these days there are so many options. When I feel like I started making videos, like back in
Kristen says, I do collect magnets. That's what I get on my travels. Oh, that's smart. I like
cameras
that.
to buy, at least cameras that you could afford to buy. You weren't even in this zone yet. This was like many years later after things had been streamlined. This is when you were rocking mini DV tapes, okay? When you wanted to go more professional and get like professional video results, that's when you were rocking a bad boy like this. They shot Cloverfield on this camera, okay? This was the cream of the crop. This was like, if you showed up to an event or you showed up somewhere for a paid gig rocking one of these bad boys, you meant business. You're like, that guy's a professional for sure. You could hang off you could like hang off a skateboard and just like hold it down low, throw a fisheye on it, bam, and just stick it in anyone's face, and it was so good. Problem with these is they took what's called P2 media. I remember paying like $1,300 for a 16 gigabyte card, and they went in this spot right here like this. You push this button, ejects it, bam. P2, 720p, 60 frames a second. This is where the slow-mo journey began for me. This was the gateway drug. Couple snap focuses, buff, buff, buff. This was it. Okay? There weren't as many options to get professional video as there are today. Now we've got the R5 Mark II, super capable. You wanna go up? You get a C50, you get a C70, you get a C80, you get a C400. How many Cs can we get? There's Cs for everything. Then last year, Canon brings out the R6 Mark III, packed with stats. People are stoked. This is a really good camera. And then today, the R6V. So we've gone from this to this. This destroys this. Now this is pure nostalgia right here. This will forever live in my heart. But now we've got a camera that's the same shape as the C50, open gate, 7K, raw, with a brand new 20 to 50 on it that has a motor with an actual like zoom lever, a WT lever where you can like, you can control the speed of the zoom itself on the powered lens. And in the future, any powered Canon lens will work with this. But now you've got, everything fits into just like the smallest.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out if it's better to edit this photo. It's not gonna be like a crazy one. Yo, we got Cat and Candle lurking away. Thank you for being here. Good to see your name in the chat. We're just having a chill stream as I've come back from my travels. So yeah, I'll probably be here for another 3 to 4 hours at least. We're just gonna crack away. I feel like I'm in a good grind mindset. So yeah. Kristen says, I gotta head out. I'll post pictures on my IG later when they're done. Have a great day. Thank you very much, Kristen. Yeah, good luck with the baking. And yeah, definitely show off those photos and enjoy. Cheers. Thanks for being here. Okay, so I'm pausing on this photo because I know this will have, because I have a bunch of these photos coming up or similar ones. The question becomes, do I mute the colors a bit such that the shoe bill sticks out a bit more? So I'm kind of like desaturating in this current version. So then your eye gets drawn to the shoe bill a little bit more easily, and some of the noisy distraction stuff is less distracting. But the previous version I hear kept more of the greens, so then obviously you're retaining the fact that you're in a swamp. I think the greens here adds value because of the landscape that it's in. It's a nice, like, rich, vibrant color. And I kind of like this one too, but the question becomes, does the shoe bill get lost in the sauce? Does it kind of blend too much with these other colors so your eye doesn't get drawn to it? And then on the flip side, if I go this direction, is this too unnatural now? And so then, it's just a little bit too uncanny with the colors being muted. I don't know. So this is my current mental battle I'm facing as we watch this video.
I shouldn't open this up, but that never gets old, that view. That right there, that's the thumbnail right there. This little box now does so much, and it fits again into another slot to either one, confuse people so they don't know what to buy, or two, fine tunes exactly what you want. If you don't want the C50 and you want to save $1,000, then you get something like this. You're still getting a full HDMI port. You're still getting RAW 70, like more than you probably need. In-body stabilization. That was one of the big things with the C50. Oh, it doesn't have IBIS. IBIS. This has IBIS. There you go. Dual card slots. One's CF Express, one's SD. Takes the same LPE6 batteries. Got the vertical mount now. You're seeing that on more cameras. So you can vertical mount this bad boy for all your social needs. But what's nice about that too is like if you mount this vertically, the menu changes to a vertical orientation as well. So that I very much appreciate because I do find myself turning my R5 sideways to make reels and stuff like that. So the fact that this one has the mount on the bottom and two turns itself sideways is nice. It also shoots an open gate. Like they're cramming so many features into like every video camera now that it's more and more impressive. It doesn't support anamorphic. That's considered a more pro feature. So if you were like hoping to get some Atlas lenses on here or some Blazars or however many anamorphic lenses you own, ask Matty, he has them all. This won't support that, the D-squeeze. You'd have to go to the C50 for that and above. This is essentially like a more video-focused R6 Mark III that sits before the cinema, but after the art. It's, again, like how many categories are we gonna make? Apparently we're gonna make them all. But I do love the shape of this. What I also love is, unlike the C50, it just has your normal Canon menus that I'm used to, not the cinema menus. The cinema menus are fine. I'm just faster with normal menus, and I guess that's because this isn't an EOS C camera. It's not a cinema camera. But hot damn, like, what more would you need? This was fine. We had no complaints. Still had no complaints. You fast forward so far, and come on. Come on. What are you doing?
One thing I didn't expect to love this much was pairing the camera with the new 20-50. That focal range just seems to make so much sense for a lot of the way that I actually shoot now. It's wide enough for vlogging, tight enough for details, and it feels really well balanced on this body. And then there's open gate. Once you start shooting full sensor, being able to reframe vertical, horizontal, thumbnails, reels, all from the same clip, it's really hard to go back.
We stopped at like a dirty motel to...
That is one thing I am kind of interested is eventually getting my hands on an open gate camera. Because, yeah, the closest I've ever got to a cinema camera is the ZR, which I love. But, yeah, I'm curious about these other professional features. Or like he said, this anamorphic lens.
grab Jamaican patties from a rundown coffee shop. That's a first. We took a risk.
It's a vibe.
It's definitely a vibe. We've achieved new dirtbag status for sure. What do you think of this?
It's pretty cool. I think that's everything that everybody wanted from Canon.
Yeah, it kind of is like it's the whole package.
Yeah.
This is a risk. I don't hate it. Wash it down with a dirty coffee. Yo, this is actually pretty good, eh? Have you tried it?
It's the spot.
It's legitimately not bad. Oh, I'm actually fired up on that.
Dirty double. Can't go wrong with it.
Filthy. Good hanging again.
I know. Another Canon camera launch and then we just hang.
Boys are back.
The boys are back.
It might be the perfect camera. Now, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree. The box style design, you got it there. Open gate, it's there. All the specs, it's in there, right?
Run and gun, all the stops have dynamic range. Like it's...
The form factor is great too, right? It's a box style design, but you get your big solid grip and it's very light, surprisingly light compared to other cameras.
Especially if you pair that with the new 20-50 lens. This lens is so light. That's only f4. It's a new focal range, 20-50. I've never seen that. Have you seen?
No, it's a pretty unique lens. I actually like the balance of the lens with this camera. It was perfect. We tried another lens on it and it was front heavy.
Yeah.
This one, perfect lens for that camera.
Yeah, the 15, like the 15-35, like what we're using right now, it's a great lens, but it's not ideal for just run and gun vlog. This setup is way more compact and nice. I like it, dude. Slow and fast, 180.
Slow is fast, fast is smooth. Wait, no, that was wrong.
I just think 100, what do we got? 180 frames per second at 2K, was it?
Yes, 2K.
We're spoiled now. Big time spoiled.
How's that patty?
I can't stop eating it. This is the second one. We should go back for a third one. I don't know. It's just...
All right, that's the R6V. It kind of sounds like a virus, but it's a great camera. You don't want the R6V on a cruise ship. No. You just don't want it. You don't want it.
You don't want it.
Spilled this everywhere.
Cool video. I like this guy a lot. Obviously, he's one of the OGs. Man, he cracked 6 million subscribers. That's insane. Canon R6V. All right, I want to check this video out.
About this film more than anything else was that it was teetering on the edge of failure. You know, I started experimenting with a 240 sideways, cameras sideways. On the hull of the ship, I wanted to put a little shadow of me in a spacesuit with a camera.
I've seen Project Hail Mary 6 times now, and every time I watch this movie, I think to myself, damn, this looks good. And that stands to reason because it was shot by Academy Award-winning cinematographer Greg Fraser. You already know his work from The Batman, Star Wars Rogue One, both Dune films, and I think one of the best
Yo, I didn't know he did. I didn't know that was his, that's his resume. Yo, every one of those was fantastic movies. Hold on, what did they say?
It's the reason because it was shot by Academy Award-winning cinematographer Greg Fraser. You already know his work from The Batman.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you don't need my opinion for this, but man, this movie was incredible. Yo, hello, Daytor, Guten Abend. Hello, Yobel, hello, everyone. Thanks for being here, Daytor. We're just doing another casual stream. I'm just editing some photos from Uganda, and then now I'm just watching a video about why the movie Project Hail Mary looks so good. But I didn't realize the guy behind it did the Batman. What was the next one? Star Wars Rogue One. That was amazing movie to watch as well.
Rogue One, both Dune.
And then the Dune series. My God, at this point, I think Dune 1 and 2 combined. Is there anything that tops it for me when I think of like from a story / cinema side of things, like just being an all-around joyride of something to consume? Lord of the Rings probably will still be number one for me as far as like movies go, because that's like a full end-to-end ride. But the way Dune 1 and Dune 2 work together, just everything about it, I don't think there's anything I would change about either of those movies. It's just one of those like, my God, I wish I could have been a fly on the wall. Or my hope is that one of these days I can enter into Hollywood. I would love to be able to join one of these types of like, studio sessions and, just be a camera operator or something. Coffee guy. I'll bring them coffee.
Dune films, and I think one of the best looking crime films ever made, Killing Them Softly. You've probably seen my video.
Oh my God. Okay, I need to add that to the list then. I've never heard of that movie. Killing Them Softly? I mean, if the dude made all these other ones, that must be good.
Movies look like movies anymore, and I just want to say in this conversation you're going to find out everything that everybody else should be doing to make a movie look like a movie. Obviously they use some very interesting tech and tools and gear, but really the core of why this movie looks so good is the narrative choices and the instincts that Greg and his team had while filming it. And that's really what I wanted to get to with Greg in this conversation, because it's those narrative choices tied to the story and the characters that really makes this movie shine. This conversation is also extra special to me because if you've been following me for the last few years, the reason I do what I do today is because of Greg's work in The Batman. Covering Greg's work in that film really put me on an interesting path that has led to some incredible opportunities, including shooting Ryan Gosling and Sandra Hüller at the Griffith Observatory, which is why I'm very excited for you to now learn about the cinematography of Project Hail Mary with cinematographer Greg Fraser.
Wow.
I read your American Cinematographers article, which is fantastic. I read the thing you did with Variety, which I think was also great. And I think we've gotten a lot of technical things out of this, which I think is interesting. Obviously, and you know this, like the internet, and even in my own videos, it's like, as soon as I get into like, oh, they use this specific camera and this lens, everyone loses it because they're like, oh, I got to go get that thing. I need to buy that. I got to buy that camera. But I'm always trying to look for, I spoke with Roger Deakins not too long ago, and I was always trying to get to the root of like the instinct, right? Which is kind of hard to even find a tangible thought with. But like for me, like I wanted to talk about one of my favorite scenes in this movie because I think it's a good starting point for this, because it's going to maybe seem a little bit weird. At the opening of the film, when Ryan's doing the lab tests, when he's trying to figure out what the astrophage is, and there's like a group of like people up in that window in the background, like watching him through, like,
don't care if I die.
He goes, are you guys fired up? And you have a camera on him, and then it rotates to a wall for a second, and then it finds the people behind that glass, and then they give the thumbs up. And I was like, wow, that's really interesting, because it feels like you almost like, or someone, whoever was operating the camera, because I know you operate a lot, someone found that moment in there, like there was actually a camera in the room. And it's not that it's a documentary, like this is obviously, Project Summer is not a documentary, but there is a chaos to that and a looseness that I don't think we're used to at a film of this scale.
I was hoping they would show the scene
like that. And it's throughout the whole movie where you're just like, yeah, I'm gonna be out of focus for a bit, and I'm gonna find that moment there. I'm gonna rack into it, or I'm doing an insert. But that particular moment, he's like, "Are you guys fired up?" The fact that it just cuts to a wall for a second, and then it goes, then it finds them. They're like, Yeah, obviously it gets a laugh too. It's like timed so perfectly. But I was so curious about the ethos in that particular scene because I feel like it branches out to a lot of choices in this film. And I've heard Chris and Phil also talk about the Greg take, where you guys would kind of go a little loose. Can you tell me about that?
Well, we used to do a vibe pass. So we used to kind of, I think they call it the Greg vibe, which because I have, I have a fantastic operator named Jason Hewitt who operated this movie. He also operated on the Batman for me and came in on June Part 2 as well. Because you're right, I do operate the camera a lot of the time. Like, I feel like it's I'm connected to my work via that device that emits, that sucks in light and has all these settings, and you put a bit of glass in the front of. So that's clearly the way that I paint, and I can't do any sort of artwork any other way. And so where that points is as important as what it's pointing at. And
what's kind of funny is this guy is like beyond impressive, obviously. A lot to learn from him. And like his whole world, it sounds like he does a lot of he's the director of photography. He knows everything about cameras and lighting and film stuff and whatever. So it's kind of funny to then see him do this interview, and his interview camera is like the most like boomer style, top down overhead angle, poor lighting, nothing in the background, just like some walls very close to him. I'm kind of semi-joking, but it's kind of funny to then... I almost expected that he would have the most pristine backdrop and, like, proper angles and lighting and stuff. But in some way, I guess it does humanize him to go the complete opposite direction, where it's like, oh, it's like he just kind of popped open his laptop and started doing this interview. And also, even the microphone, is he just using an AirPod? Or Apple? What do you call it? AirPod?
And how it points at it. So it's very hard for me to work with operators because I see the world through a lens, which is why, by the way, I get along so well with Gareth Edwards, because he is a director that sees his world through the lens. And so when we first started working, and I kind of realized that that's kind of what he was itching to do, I sort of, he and I bonded over that. But in a take like that might have been me, and we might have been two cameras. There might have been Jason on A camera and me on B camera, or vice versa. I mean, the A and the B is kind of irrelevant at that point when you're shooting. But what was critical about this film more than anything else was that it was teetering on the edge of failure in terms of the camera and the lighting and everything. Like safety is not something that I enjoy doing. I don't enjoy being safe. I don't enjoy kind of shooting something with heaps of latitude and allowing us to fix it later, or being a still frame and dirtying it up later. Like, it's, to me, I am absolutely hell bent on making sure that we ride the edge of failure at every single point in time. And a shot like you're talking about was, I mean, again, full credit to the editor Joel as well, and the directors, because listen, there's probably lots of those instances that I've shot. To be honest, I've probably panned into a wall and gone, oh, that's a bad idea. Pan back. Oh, there's guys going thumbs up. It might have been a complete and utter mistake. I can't recall exactly the thinking involved in that. But again, kudos to the editor who kind of went, oh my god, that's beautiful at that point in time. I mean, you look at the guys work with Joel. They've done work with Joel in the past, so they know his instincts. And we are as cinematographers nothing, obviously without our directors, but with our editors as well. Like, our editors, choose what they put in from what we've seen, and we can be super diligent about going, okay, we're only rolling from this point to this point, but that doesn't allow freedom and flexibility for performance or for the directors. So the film itself, like, from the very beginning of the film, we needed to make sure there was an analog quality to the film. And I'm not talking about film versus digital, which is a whole other conversation which we can have later, but I'm talking about the fact that things are not that sci-fi digital world where everything is kind of, screens and stuff, because there was enough of those screens, and there are, but it was making sure that everything we did from my end was as analog as possible, using technology that maybe wasn't analog, be it digital, be it LED lights, be it all those things that we do to make our craft. So, like, that's what I've tried to do in my work recently, and I kind of will probably do in the future, because I haven't yet got tired of seeing things with texture. And yeah, that was probably, all that scene itself was very much handheld. So yeah, who operated it, I don't know, but I mean, Jason Hewitt as an operator is extraordinary, as anybody will tell you who's worked with him.
Yeah, what I think is also cool about that in there, like that texture also comes from production design and creating a world where you can whip the camera somewhere else in a moment to find actors somewhere else, because I think some of the, I mean, we can kind of get into this, but it's like there is obviously you've maybe seen my video where it's like, why don't movies look like movies anymore? And like a lot of that comes around to this, like, I don't know what the word is, because I know like plastic gets thrown around a lot, like it feels flat and stuff like that. And some of that actually, maybe paradoxically, kind of feels from like lighting too specifically, right? Where I find in a lot of your work, I kind of feel like if I'm there even with my iPhone, it's so well done in terms of production design. I can kind of point a camera pretty much anywhere in that space. And if I know my angles and I know I'm smart with my lensing, I'll find something that looks good. Talk about that on this movie, because it does really feel, especially on the Hail Mary ship, that you can kind of go anywhere. And I think you had to, because Rocky could potentially go anywhere, right?
Yeah, he potentially could. Obviously, when you've got 17 puppeteering Rocky, it's hard for 17 to make a decision to quickly go into that corner without me having full knowledge of that and then lighting the space accordingly. But having said that, I'll tell you what could have happened is Ryan could have gone anywhere, and also Phil and Chris with Ryan could have chosen to go into that deep dark corner that I'd never lit before. So you're 100% right that they're always, well, particularly on a show like this. But this was my brief. This is the brief I gave myself, and this is the brief that I promised the guys that I would do. Like they're very quick, very clever, as is Ryan. I mean, you've met Ryan, and you know how quick and clever the guy is. Yeah. Sharp as a tack. Like he will come up with all these great ideas, and the guys will workshop, and we'll work on something. And so I, as a cinematographer, need to be 100% dialed in to there needs to be a change in my lighting plan that I have. So there are different approaches to different films and different shots, for that matter. Like you talked again about the Batman before. Like the Batman wasn't that film. Like the Batman was not in any way. I was not whipping off anything to go anywhere on the Batman. Again, that Jason Hewitt operated. This is the shot, and that's the shot, and that's it. And so you spend that time lighting. And it's not that I'm against doing that, because I love doing that. But I also love flexing the muscle of, well, let's give ourselves the ability to shoot 360. But it's not just about light too. The other thing is that light is one thing. Yeah. And listen, I must say, growing up in this era rather than 40 years ago is magnificent, because it means that, more sensitive cameras, I have to light less. If I pan over to something and it's badly lit, I have a shot at making it better lit in the grade. Do you know what I mean? Like, so less fussy when it comes to, not less fussy, that's a bad term. I'm less stressed or less concerned if I'm looking at something with a camera and it's the performance of the century, or something happens that was never planned, but it's not up to my standard of lighting quality. There are things you can do about it. You never want to fix it in post. You never want to be that cinematographer that just swings the camera around. You need to be, you have to be considered about your lighting. But it just means there's a bit of leeway when it comes to things, when you want to flex and you want to change ideas, and the ability to kind of do that on a ship like that was because we were built. They were 360 sets. We did walk into the lab, and we did have a 360 set, and the guys liked that. And we designed it such that we had entry and exit points that you wouldn't know by watching the movie, but we did, because pull that cabinet away, and then you can get in, and then we close up, start the camera rolling, start the action, and I or Jason goes to town, just following Ryan around, and it very, very enjoyable, because it meant that we were kind of inventing as we went. You know, not making it up's not the right word, because the structure was there, everything was there. The pre-production was so precise. You know, like before Ryan even started, we went into 3D sets with the guys. We built all the sets in 3D. We went into Unreal Engine. We had a volume, not an LED volume, like a motion capture volume, that we could then point this virtual camera anywhere, and I knew effectively what was going to look good in the sets.
Who is this guy? Patrick Tomaso. Because, like, man, what a amazing world to be in. He looks young, but to be able to interview these impressive people. So does he do, it seems like he does, like, film essays. Why Marty Supreme looks so good? Why don't movies look like movies anymore? When a director uses a weird camera? Why this movie looks like a movie? That's also one thing I'm learning more is, like, when you look at these successful YouTubers, it's like you gotta pick a lane and stick to it, which is something I don't necessarily have figured out yet. I kind of go all over the place. So his are a bunch of, like, why, when, how, those kinds of, like, leading questions of whatever, and then he shares his knowledge. Okay. Anyways, I do want to watch more of this guy's stuff now.
And make adjustments to the sets before they were built, and therefore also, in my mind, just light them well in advance as well.
I want to talk about, like, narrative lighting too, because another shot that I really love in this movie is when Rocky, spoilers are okay, this movie's been out for a couple weeks now, Rocky tells Grace, like Ryan, that he can give him the fuel, and Ryan's completely in a silhouette, like he's fully front lit. What I think is so interesting about this is you then cut to a wider shot where Ryan's still in the dark and he comes into the lights, and when he comes into that light, he's already got tears in his eyes. So that's performance that started in shadow, and when I see that, I go, wow, the choice. That's so, because you're like, you know, a lot of people's instincts might be, okay, Ryan's got to put it on for this one. Like, he's got to really feel so happy that he's going to live. Like, he's not going to die anymore. Rocky's given him the fuel. Make sure he's got a key light on him. Or you guys went, no. Dramatically, and also just like how this set feels, it should be, he's in shadow. That's where he was. I'm not going to give him an eye light even. Can you talk about that in this, where you guys, are those conversations instinctual in that moment? Like, because you got to tell Ryan, like, you probably had, for blocking, it's like, you have to come into the light for this scene. Do you remember that sequence, like how that sort of went through?
1,000,000%. It was very, very, because that was an interesting scene, because it's clearly a very important one, because he starts the scene going, right, mate, I'm out of here.
I'm dead.
I'm dead.
Yep.
That's cool, man. I'm good.
I've made peace with it.
All good. And so that was a really interesting scene, because you know, I had a plan for all the sets, and particularly the lab. If you recall, the lab is we can get into the theory behind the different lighting. It wasn't lighting for lighting's sake. There was a theory behind all of the choices in the lab.
Because the light wasn't just that it was the sun; it was like how they were sleeping, right?
The one thing I didn't want the film to look like was cold, sterile. You know, that classic. You see all the footage in the ISS, International Space Station, and it's all fluorescent lit. It's all cold. There's no warmth to it. It feels like a machine. It feels like you're living inside a machine. And my thought process, and one thing I pitched to the guys, was like, if the top scientists had put all of the best minds together to send 3 people to space to save the planet, they would also be hiring psychologists. They'd be hiring lighting designers. They'd be hiring all sorts of people, because you can't put humans in a tin can for that many years and expect them to do their job properly. You need to create sort of an idea of circadian rhythms, the way our body works. We wake up, we work hard, we just wind down, we go to sleep. And so I researched and studied all manner of what lighting is doing for circadian rhythms, you know, and what color of light should be when you wake up to get the best out of you, to get when you start winding down, the color of the light, you know, red light to get rid of all the blue. You know, this is the whole thing. We have screens. It's like you get rid of the blue light. So there's a whole manner of things. Red for healing. People using red for face masks, for hair, like all sorts of red light therapy. and ultraviolet for cleaning, which is what you can be cleaning. Remember during COVID, and there's these ultraviolet phone cleaning machines. And so the thought process was that we need to create a light that's, if it's in the morning on the Hail Mary, what does that look like? You can't just open the blinds and have the sun come in, because you might be, miles away from the nearest star. So what the ship has to do is to create its own circadian rhythm for the people. So when he wakes up, and that's the classic thing, the blind comes up, which we didn't see, you hear it, but the blind comes up, it's daytime. And the idea was that I was hoping that you would just believe you're in some, fancy, interesting Japanese hotel when he wakes up, or some Japanese hospital or something that's just a little bit kind of, because it's a window light. It needed to look like a daylight, but not sun coming through, but a daylight. And so again, we researched, there's a whole series of lights that are now being built that look like skylights, that are actually that wide. They're LEDs with lights in them. And so every lighting choice had the basis of what time of day should it be. And so, I had a lighting plan for that particular scene. And, we blocked it through, and it became apparent that my lighting plan wasn't good for that. It wasn't appropriate. I think we used it for something else. I mean, we had about 75 different lighting plans for the lab, so we could use it somewhere else. And so, but just the way Ryan was playing it, was kind of quite apparent that we needed to create a little bit more backlight and a little bit more mood. And it needed to be a little more, it's like 7 o'clock at night, dishes have been done, everyone's sat down to read a book. It's that type of lighting. It's that, it's that wind down hour. So we set it at that type of day. It's like, all right, off to bed, tuck you in, I'm good, I'm going to die, but it's all good, I'm good. Yeah. And then, you're playing on Rocky's moment there of like not being able to save his buddies. And so that was a discussion about how we then shoot Ryan, because, how do we shoot Ryan hearing that he's got enough fuel? It'll take him 6 more years, but he's got enough fuel to go. Yeah. How do we play that? And the choices are endless, yourself. Like, do we play Ryan looking at Rocky? Do we play Ryan doing something away and fixing something? And the what we came up with, and this is where I think the beauty of a collaboration between everybody is, again, how we got there I don't quite recall, because there's so many choices made on a film.
Absolutely.
But we got he walked away from Rocky down that little hallway, and we used our beautiful lighting rig, which was our moving light rig. But what was lovely about it, and what I really enjoyed about that, was the fact that rather than him just stopping and standing there and just being a silhouette, I really wanted desperately to see a little bit into his eye. Not the moment of recognition, but the moment of before that kind of, and there was a little, asked Ryan to turn his head just a little bit to the right, and there's a little glint just in his right eye, like if it's back 3/4. And it was a very particular point where he had to hit it just to get that eye, but it wasn't a teary eye, like it wasn't, that wasn't what that was. Because like you said,
it's like a glimmer, it's a realization. Yeah.
And so turns his head, you get that little glint, and then it cuts back to Rocky, I think. I don't know the film well enough.
It might even go right to the wide shot, or the
maybe.
That's so funny, because this guy said he watched the movie. What did I hear him say? Like 6-7 times or something like that. But it's funny. It's like he almost knows the movie better than the guy who made the movie. He's like, yeah, trust me, I know exactly what happened. He's like, I don't remember.
Yeah. But then when he comes and then walks into that light, which is coming from the lab at the other end of the room, then yes, it was very much then a noir idea, where he enters into the light from the shadows. And the film's not a noir, it's not a shadowy film, it's not a noirish film, but that type of moment where you don't see the build up to that point means that just when he emerges from the light, like I remember shooting that, just going, oh man, look, that's
no, I get goosebumps
beautiful.
Thinking about it. I get
it's
goosebumps
beautiful.
thinking about it now.
Beautiful.
It's
Ryan's
so beautiful.
I mean, you can never get tired of looking at Ryan's performance, and in that moment particularly, you just go, this is stunning.
It's stunning. And even when there's like, because you guys go to like a more of a close-up, and he's sitting there like this, and he's like, I didn't mean any of that. When Rocky's like, I thought you made peace. And he's doing stuff where it's almost like he knows when he should look towards the light a bit, to give himself some key. You know,
Right,
you know what
Ryan's
I mean?
an expert. Ryan's done this before. He knows his stuff, and he knows his stuff, but he also, like, he's a professional actor, you know, and he's seen himself, and he knows what he's worked with some of the greatest cinematographers in history, you know, like, so he knows. I'm sure Roger told him.
Roger told him something. Yeah.
Gave him a little less. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how, but he's a clever guy.
He is. And there's even like a bit of a callback towards that scene, and I don't even know if it was intentional. And I want to hope that is, but even if it's not, I think it's even cooler. Is when he finds out he's going to be sent. They want to send him to space. Like when they're like, you got to go. Like when the scientist accident happens, and he's in like that boardroom, and you have him kind of looking almost just like kind of down the barrel, and with the sound design, you actually turn the lights off in the room when he's like sitting there, and he kind of realizes the gravity of the situation that's about to happen. It, like 3 lights shut off to darkness before then we go back to find out what happened with Rocky and Grace. But like those kind of moments too, like is that planned in the script? Like, is that just like, you know what, we could do something narrative here with the lighting. Let's play with it.
Yeah, and also lenses too. So that particular shot we shot with our space lenses versus our Earth lenses.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah. So it wasn't. I saw it. I just saw it in IMAX recently. Again, you got to forgive me for my lack of knowledge about the final edit, because you know, there's been quite a few shots shot between then and now. But we definitely shot that on our space lenses. And
what the heck is a
we
space
framed
lens?
it in such a way that it would kind of work in IMAX or it would work in 240. But we definitely did shut off those lights, because that was then cutting into another sequence. There was quite a number of these match cuts that we did.
The feet, the shoe shots and stuff too.
Yep. Rotating back into him in the classroom. Like there's a ton of ones, and there's a few that we didn't make the cut because you know, certain things were adjusted and changed, and but there were a lot of transitions. There was a lot of thought about that, because you know, finding our way back again. This is going slightly off that topic, but going back into finding our way from space into Earth was part of the way we did that. Was through doing something that was just definitely something that was a little bit odd, you know, to signify that memory. So, you know, there were those moments. There was the you know, the reshot film, the mistimed shutter effect that we blurred.
Tell me about that, because people didn't read the article. You filmed like a screen on film, right? Is that how that worked?
Well,
for the Scooby-Doo
backstory
effect?
is that well, the backstory was that the guys asked me, because they were editing at this point, right? This was well into the edit, probably I reckon 4 months before the release, let's say.
Jesus.
And you know, we'd done all the transitions, and they'd obviously cut the film, and you know, it was looking great, feeling great, but they went, we just want to make that transition a little more blurry, a little more kind of. And I think the guy said, "Yeah, you remember in Scooby-Doo when they're remembering something that happens, like, and there's a little like the waves across the." And I'm like, "Yeah, I mean, every Sunday morning watching cartoons for 50 years now. Like, you know, you kind of remember exactly what that technique is."
Yeah.
But they said, but the good version of that, you know, which is, you know, obviously the serious filmmaker version of that. And so, one thing I love about IMAX, obviously, is the fact that you've got 240 potential to 140, and you know, on some films I've done, we've widened out. With some films, we've done the whole thing at 1.4. This film, we were widening out in space and narrowing down in Earth, and so
wait, what does that
film
mean?
we were widening.
IMAX 70mm film 143239. And then IMAX. Okay, I was not following.
Done. We've widened out. With some films, we've done the whole thing at 1.4. This film, we were widening out in space and narrowing down in Earth, and so I wanted to suggest a way that we could shoot something that kind of made that transition a bit smoother. And you know, when you cut from 143 to 240, it literally does that with a hard cut. And so I remembered a technique that I'd done in music videos years ago, that on film, where you mistime the shutter on an ARRI 435, and you can dial in an effect of a vertical blur. It happened. Saving Private Ryan did that in the opening sequence of Saving Private Ryan. I mean, Kaminsky did that to great effect on that movie, and I think that's where I first learnt about it. And you can time it. There's a dial that you can dial in the amount of vertical smearing that happens.
Interesting.
And so we effectively reshot that footage, the 240 footage, but we shot it on.
Okay, I need to take a note of this. So let me copy and paste this. Because one thing I want to, obviously, one of the ways I think I can get better at cinematography and all that is if I can keep an eye out for different types of shots, like different shot techniques or whatever else. So if in this case, what timing was this? Around 25, 20, 25, 30-ish. 25:30. Greg talks about a vertical transition effect by timing your shutter speed or something. What did he say?
Where I first learnt about it. I mean, it was on the shutter, 3 to 240, and you know, when you cut from 143 to 240, it literally does that with a hard cut. And so I remembered a technique that I'd done in music videos years ago, that on film, where you mistime the shutter on an Arri 435, and you can dial in an effect of a vertical blur. It happened. Saving Private Ryan did that in the opening sequence of Saving Private Ryan. I mean, Kaminsky did that to great effect on that movie, and I think that's where I first learnt about it. And you can time it. There's a dial that you can dial in the amount of vertical smearing that happens.
Interesting.
And so we effectively reshot that footage, the 240 footage, but we shot it on a 140 screen, meaning that when you mistimed the 240 footage, it bled out into the 140. Meaning when you watch it in IMAX, you know, suddenly you're looking at a 140 image, but it's bleeding out into the top and the bottom of the cinema.
Okay, well, that's outside of
we
my...
did a little test on that, and the guys went, that's what we're doing. And so we did variations where we sort of, because you don't know when you're doing it how extreme it is. You just can guess because it's film. And so Julian Mawson, who did some inserts and pickups for us later on, as I was prepping this other film I'm doing at the moment, he would just dial up and dial down, and dial up and down, knowing when the edit was, and then dialing up, and then trying to dial it out. And so that gave the team in the editorial the ability to sort of cut different vertical blurring, streaking, different vertical streaking, which again was a bit of a theme in the movie. Like with the whole vertical flare with the anamorphics, like that sort of. It was a bit of a visual theme that kind of suited
it's like
the
a
whole thing.
It's a motif that kind
Yeah.
of fits through the whole film. Yeah, because I mean, we can kind of get into the weeds a little bit on the vertical, because obviously this isn't your first IMAX film, and then going into this, knowing you're probably going to do IMAX again, what was it really from like doing Dune that you wanted to play with that format in a different way this time? Like you wanted to do, instead of like cropping the 65, like doing the expanded up instead.
I mean, one thing I do love to do is to push myself to be a little bit uncomfortable about things, and it's nice to, like, June, we are very, very proud of, in the way that we did that, super proud of, and I love that movie. Even now, if I see it anywhere, I just stand there and gaze. I mean, some of the sequences I still don't believe that I was associated with, like some of that worm running stuff. Awesome. I'm like, oh my god, this is incredible. I'm still quite immodest about how great those scenes are.
Man, I could not agree more. Like, such an incredible movie. Well, like I said, Dune 1 and Dune 2, I was like, damn, if I could have been a part of that project. And yeah, did I see both? I think I saw both of them in IMAX, and it's just like a whole other experience to see it like that. Oh, so good.
Not necessarily photographically, I'm talking about filmically, right? So I'll just say that. But on this, it was kind of like, well, we had the chance to experiment with something different, and I was playing with all sorts of different squeezes. And again, I don't know where I saw this. I mean, there's been a ton of fantastic content creators on YouTube that I watch all the time. And there's lots of, I know there's people that have been turning cameras around on its side to shoot Instagram ratios. Like people have been messing with the ratio. Yeah, which I think is genius. And I love it when people start to go, hey, why don't we do something like that, you know, the format of this can? It's like, well, why not? Let's experiment with it. It could be a complete bomb, or it could be the best thing you've ever witnessed in your life, you know? So when people start to experiment with that.
That's a good note. Let me write that down for myself. I'll write it here as well. 2841. Try out different formats for even YouTube. Wacky sizes or BTO question mark. Because I think I've seen that effect with some random YouTube videos where instead of it being like 16 by 9, it ended up showcasing in a completely different thing. I forget if it was like a portrait style or if it was something in between. But yeah, I mean, the guy brought up a good point, and then the little thumbnails there looked really nice. Vertical anamorphic. Hold on, let's watch this. Vertical anamorphic. Blazar Remus. Blazar Remus? Whatever that means. Wait, where's this video? Vilhar BOE. Okay. So they're putting this video into YouTube, but not following the 16 by 9 format. So then I wonder how this looks on a YouTube or on a phone. Vertical anamorphic. Shooting vertical for YouTube. No, I'm looking for some breaking 16 by 9 format on YouTube. Okay, this is from 2 years ago, but I'm going down a rabbit hole.
I recently got my mind blown by something so simple, but somehow I didn't know it. So I immediately jumped online onto YouTube and saw how many people were doing this, or if everyone knew about this and I just didn't.
Oh yeah.
Surprisingly enough.
Yeah, because wait, he's not shooting in 16 by 9, right? It looks a little bit wider. Is that true?
Almost no one was doing it. There were a few smart people that were doing it already, and it's not actually even something new. It's been around for ages, but for some reason, no one is doing it. So I'm going to share that with you today so that we can all create a more visually enhancing experience for our viewers. It's the aspect ratio that we export and upload our videos in. Cameras all shoot at 16 by 9, so automatically everybody just uploads a 16 by 9, but phone screens aren't 16 by 9, which is where 9 out of 10 people actually consume YouTube content. And even if you are on a desktop, your screen is 16 by 9, but nobody really watches on full screen. Normally they're watching it in something like theater mode, where that means that that resolution isn't going to be 16 by 9 aspect ratio anyway. So why is everybody uploading in 16 by 9? Not us anymore. We are going to be doing something else from now on. Instead of having these little black bars on the side here, we're going to go for full widescreen to have a much better viewing experience and take up more of that valuable screen real estate. So how are we going to do this? We need to change our project settings to an 18 by 9 aspect ratio instead of the original 16 by 9 aspect ratio. Most softwares, including Premiere Pro, allow you to enter in a custom resolution. So in Premiere, head over onto sequence settings and change it there. 18 by 9 is actually a 2 by 1 aspect ratio, but it's referred to as 18 by 9 to make it clear that it's wider than 16 by 9. But it's actually a 2 by 1 aspect ratio, which makes it really easy for us to figure out what numbers we need to put in here. If you're shooting in 4K,
Okay, I'm getting excited because this feels like something I should definitely experiment with.
your resolution is going to be 3840 by 2160. So all we need to do is take that smaller number, and instead of having it 2160, we need to make it half of 3840, which is going to be 1920. So you just half that, make sure the little lock icon is not on so that you can have a flexible aspect ratio and it's not going to be locked to each other in that 16 by 9. That is going to be an 18 by 9 aspect ratio. You can see it just takes a little bit off the top and bottom, making it that much wider. And when we upload it to YouTube, it's going to fill those black bars either on your phone or on your laptop or TV when you are in theater mode. YouTube actually supports an even wider aspect ratio, things like 21 by 9, but the mistake here is that you lose features on YouTube, like you can't have end screens anymore. For me, end screens are really important because I like to put a little subscribe icon and a recent video in that end screen, and if you do any wider than that, YouTube is not going to allow you to use end screens anymore. So an 18 by 9 is perfect for me. If you're on a phone, you're still going to have your little dynamic island or whatever. It might still be a little notch in the frame. It doesn't bother me, I think it's fine. And when you're on a desktop or something like that, just getting rid of those black bars makes a much better viewing experience for the person watching your video. You've gone cinematic mode, filled that screen, and you're taking up the valuable real estate that everyone's fighting for. If you're shooting in normal 1080p, do the same thing. So 1920 by 1080, just make the 1080 half of 1920, which is this, I don't know, off the top of my head. But you just half it, it's 2 by 1, super easy, super simple. The next thing you're gonna do is export your video. Make sure that when you do export it, it has the same export resolution to match that aspect ratio. And then you just straight upload it onto YouTube and it's gonna fill in that black. It's gonna be so much better. So I hope that helps some.
Okay, we're learning something new. I'm definitely gonna have to try this out for some of my upcoming videos. Yeah, just for shits and giggles, as they say. Let me just look it up. Best aspect ratio for YouTube. Because that was from 2 years ago. Maybe things have changed. That was from 7 years ago. No, give me something recent. The new aspect ratio for YouTube. This is from 3 years ago. Alright, so nobody's really talking about it now. Well, the last thing was the 18 by 9 or the 2:1 aspect ratio. Oh, Sam Newton has another video. So then, okay, I guess this is a good question. What aspect ratio is this? So this, does he explain? You know what? I never thought of doing that. Because I have been doing these like, what do you call these? Like these kind of sidecar angles, but I tend to focus it forward. But I didn't even think about just pointing it backwards, because this angle is quite nice too in terms of what is possible to be seen. And you protect your camera that way, because you won't, you know, things won't like hit your lens. Man, definitely, I really like this guy, Sam Newton. Not that we've seen many of his stuff, but I forget when or why I started following him. But he's got a very creative, he's got a creative mind for different types of shots. So just having the door closed and then did he have the focus already set, I'm assuming? Let's see. No, okay, so he had it focused. He already had it focused on the background, and then as the door closes, I guess he pulls the focus into the... Oh. Alright, so let me bookmark that, because that whole sequence there was really cool. Just copy this. What is that? 102 shot technique. Transition to side mirror focus and then have subject appear in the mirror. Beautiful stuff by this guy. Man, I'm very impressed. Okay, so anyways, I got distracted. So I think this is something I do want to play around with, is like if I switch up the aspect ratio. At the very least, I'll do something more subtle. So we'll try that 18:9 maybe for some of my upcoming videos. I don't think I want to pull the trigger on doing like proper like portrait style though. We'll see.
Content creators on YouTube that I watch all the time, and there's lots of, I know there's people that have been turning cameras around on the side to shoot Instagram ratios.
Yeah,
and, like people have been messing
stuff.
with the ratio, which I think is genius. And I love it when people start to go, hey, why don't we do something like that, you know, the format of this can? It's like, well, why not? Let's experiment with it. It could be a complete bomb, or it could be the best thing you've ever witnessed in your life, you know? So when people start to experiment with that, then it like kind of creates this kind of fervor of ideas amongst creators, not just content creators as such, but filmmakers and people who are making entertainment. And so I was like, well, taking that a step further, I can't shoot anything that's Instagram. Like, that's not what the brief was. But I know the brief was IMAX 4.3, and so, you know, I started experimenting with a 2.4 sideways, cameras sideways, just to come up with a bit of a strategy. Like, was it an Alexa LF that did that, or was it like I was just experimenting with what would do that? And then Ari, you know, put some glass together from remnants of other glass that they had that existed in the world, that was some anamorphic, some spherical, that kind of changed the squeeze. And you know, we managed to expand the coverage to fit an Alexa 65. And for me, it was like, duh, why didn't I think of that before? Like, you think about why the Alexa's 220, right, approximately.
Yeah.
And, you know, two times anamorphics were built to expand an Academy square ratio to 240, and for entertainment purposes, purely just to get people into the cinema to see widescreen. 100%. Now the world's going the other way, where people are seeing IMAX. That's the trend, or whatever that might be. Yeah. And yet the cameras are the widescreen cameras, so everything's topsy-turvy. So we just managed to find a way to get these lenses to cover, and they aren't perfect. Like, there are technical problems, I would just say. Like, if you really want to get into it, and I don't think it's worth it, but there are technical issues that occur if you're shooting landscapes and stuff. But in our sets, they were perfect, because for the most part we were cylinders that we needed to shoot a person in the middle of the cylinder. And the edges kind of it just was perfect. It was a perfect set of lenses to do that particular film. And the side effect was that you ended up with a vertical flare, which was, on most movies, you'd kind of go, ooh, because even horizontal flare, you know, too much horizontal flare can be a little distracting.
It's jarring, yeah.
With vertical flare, you could kind of argue that it was a bit distracting on most other movies. But in a space movie, I'm like, well, why wouldn't you? Like,
well, I think after what you say, it's like, what's up, what's down? You don't. It's zero gravity a lot of times, right? No, I think it's really cool. I think, in a way, you've kind of, you know, for better or worse, we'll see what ends up happening. You maybe have invented a new look, and you're going to see some people imitate it, maybe in the wrong spaces.
Right.
Right.
Great.
But I think it's, you know, I think it's Jim Cameron has a saying where it's like every filmmaker is like speaking the same language, but every once in a while we add new vocabulary, right?
Yep.
Like we add a new word, like, in the new word could be this vertical or anamorphic thing that people go forward with. And you know what's really interesting about IMAX to me is, like, obviously, like Nolan has said, like, filmmaking is only like 100 years old, or whatever the number is. It's so new, and I even think what we're doing with IMAX is still so new.
I just want to see what my cats do. Nala has not shown her face this entire stream, and there she is now. So let's see if she hangs out with Kimbap. Good girl. Good girl. Good boy. Yeah, I said this before, but since I was gone for 2 months, this is basically the longest I've ever been away from my cat space. Because when did I leave? I left like first week of March, something like that. And then I returned beginning May? So yeah, I had, you know, I was definitely cat sick. I was like wondering if my cats would miss me and all that fun stuff. But of course, how could they not love me, right? Oh, there she goes. Where are you? But the big thing is now they have switched positions. Oh yeah, I do want to put some stickers on this one. I have so many stickers here. I realize I need to start slapping them on something. We got some good ones, I think. Hold on. All right. I'm going to take a pause from the YouTube stuff and the editing. I did finish one of the days of my Uganda trip, so I feel productive. We're moving on to entering into guerrilla territory. Oh, I wish I had my overhead camera set up so you guys can see the stickers I have to play with. We got some good ones here. Hold on. Oops. I got a lot of stickers of people sleeping. It'll make sense once I show you guys. Okay, now which sticker should I actually play with? Hold on. All right, let me see. I want to see how it looks if I place them. I just need to gauge the size of the stickers and if it's even legible or... Yeah, I think the stickers could work. 1, 2, 3, 4... Okay, that'll be an exercise for later, because I don't want to rush it. But I do have crazy numbers of stickers here to deal with. Yeah, you can kind of see here. Let me just stack them. So we'll take care of that later, but we'll start decorating the set a bit more. Why don't we? Good boy, Kimbap. No, don't try to grab it. Kimbap, don't do it. Nobody. Kimbap. Kimbap. Don't do it. Nope, 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 nope. Don't do it. He's not the best at listening to me. Look at my beautiful cats. Just chilling. Man, I'm so jealous of their lifestyle. Damn. I do need to start my cat streams again. It's been a while since I've done it. I've just been so swamped. So I just haven't it. Yeah, because I need to keep my lo-fi cat channel alive. Yo, we got Beatty in the chat. Hello, Beatty. Good to see you. Hope you are well. Yes, I'm doing very well. I wish you the same. If you're just tuning in, I've been just wrapping up some... I'm not wrapping up, because I finished 2 days worth of my trip in Uganda when I took a couple guests with me. And then I've been watching some videos. We watched one video about the Canon R6. Then I'm watching this dude, Patrick Tomaso, and he's interviewing DP Greg Fraser. And I didn't know who this guy is, but then he was explaining at the start of this, like, his body of work is insane. I was like, what? So this guy did the Batman, Dune 1 and 2, Star Wars Rogue One, and some other films. I was like, damn, this guy's he's got to be one of the best in the business. So yeah, I was just watching this video as I edit some photos. Let's just quickly recap. These are the photos that I had finished editing today. So mostly just some shots of my guests as they're out shooting. For the most part, I think I kept the edits pretty basic, or I didn't want to go too crazy with it. But there were a few shots where you can see the shoe bill off in the distance. So for those ones, I think I did go with a bit more of a creative style. So like a little bit more muted in the colors so that the shoe bill sticks out a bit more. This one I went with like a wider aspect ratio. And so then you see the shoe bill as it's staring straight into your soul. Some more of those shots. And then I had one shot here where it's kind of like a creative positioning. Still don't really know what's the best way to color this one, but yeah, anyways, we got that. And we go with the muted style for some of these shoe bills. And then just some face-offs as she's staring at the shoe bill. No, I think we're almost done. Yep, that's it. So those are the ones we've finished. And so I'm just going to the next day where we flew into the guerrilla territory, so it's just a little bit of driving, some motorcycle shots, and now I'm just gonna work through some shots when I was on the road. So low expectations, because I don't think I took anything crazy here. But BD says, I've hung out with Greg at multiple events at the ASC Clubhouse. Good guy. I don't know what ASC Clubhouse is, but man, that's amazing that you are in the same circles as, you know, these people. Because, man, I gotta say, I'm definitely fully inspired just watching this. And it's kind of cool seeing how he breaks down some of the behind the scenes. But it's a world that I absolutely 1000% want to understand further and then see if I can enter into that world somehow. I think my first taste of that was the CNN gig that I just finished last month, or I guess 2 months ago. But yeah, that was such an exciting experience. And like I said, it was so cool to be surrounded by these people who are, you know, this is not their first rodeo, right? So even just like when we're grabbing meals together or drinks and they're just kind of talking their stories of like, oh yeah, back when we worked on this project and blah, 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 so-and-so. It's like cool to hear them talk about that. And it was also cool to be a camera operator, right? Like I wasn't doing anything crazy. It's not like I was operating some crazy rigs. I just had my trusty old Nikon ZRs and I was filming, but you know, it was cool to see them shooting with their Sony FX6 and the big, I don't even know what you call those rigs that they use to stabilize, but yeah, now my goal is how can I enter into this world more intentionally, I guess. Like, how do I put myself out there? How do I find these like film projects? And yeah, we'll see. And then on my end, obviously, I want to try to do more like quote unquote like travel films or like the documentary style films. But
Yeah. With that format. So I love that you guys even just
hope you're having a good day, BD. Thanks for hopping in here. We're just gonna keep going.
how are we going to expand the ratios? Because everyone before was always just like, well, we just cut from the letterboxing to the wide, right?
And like, do you have enough resolution to do that? And all those other questions about, because you've got to build more resolution so you can crop it. And yes, 100%. But hopefully what that does is it gives license for people to be able to do that, because seeing it online with content creators, I say quote unquote only because that.
And one takeaway from this one so far was he was talking about how like he's impressed by people doing different aspect ratios. I think he's not really talking about Instagram Reels like the 9:16. I think he was talking more about the examples they showed visually early on, where you can do these different portrait styles within YouTube itself. So one takeaway is I think I'm going to try doing that 18:9 ratio, aspect ratio, for some of my like behind the lens videos or something else. We'll see.
That implies that it doesn't imply the importance of that, that craft. But when people are sort of working on a smaller audience, they're able to experiment with things. And but this hopefully then kind of justifies it a little bit into the greater scheme of things. Like, I recall shooting with those Helioses on the Batman, and then shooting again with them on June 2. Like even Alan at Alan, who from Iron Glass, who was helping me those. He was kind of a bit like, well, they're this and they're that, and they're great glass, and I was like, dude, these are amazing. Like, look at the glass, look at the lens, look at the image,
look at the character.
I said, could you argue that that's any lesser than that? Like, it's amazing. These images are amazing. And he's like, I know they're amazing. I've been saying this for 10 years, and I'm like, I agree with you, because it's all about kind of forgetting what and that you've been told is right, wrong, up or down, left or right. And actually just going, well, what do the images look like? And how do I feel about the images when I look at them? Are they distractingly jarring in a good way, a bad way? Like, should I be doing that? Like, not because they're expensive, not because it's what some dude used on some film last year. It's because they look good, and that's what that's what gives you the kind of the mood that you're after.
I mean,
BD says, I'm not a big fan of the surrealist approach to photographing. I think the most I would dive into that is Hoyt van Hoytma. Wait, this dude's got his first name is in his last name as well. Nice. Hoyt van Hoytma's work, but definitely I think he's more humanistic than surrealistic. Listen, you're speaking a completely different language from me. I have no idea what you're talking about. So let me look it up. Hoyt van Hoytma. He's a Dutch cinematographer. Oh, he did. He is the what role is he playing in the new movie, The Odyssey? He's done Dunkirk, Nope, Ad Astra. Man, I love those three movies. Tenet, I'm not the biggest fan of. Maybe if I watch it 10 more times, maybe I'll finally understand what's going on there. Odyssey, I mean, by all accounts, that should be good. I've never seen Her. I know it's supposed to be really good. He's a DP. But you were saying something specific. You were saying he did Interstellar. Wow, this guy's... So there's like a surrealist approach to photographing. What do you mean by photographing? Now I'm confused. Are you talking about like my photo? Are you mixing in what I was talking about with my photo editing? Or when you say photographing, does that work within the world of cinematography? Humanistic versus surrealistic. Surrealism. The mastery of minimalism. Yeah, it feels like this is something I need a deep dive into to understand more.
That's so interesting, because like even when I shot Ryan and them at the Griffith, I kind of purposely, but also because I knew it was the right look for it, I used a really cheap, like $160 lens that I got from China. It's a 40mm f2 that I've been playing with for the last like 6-7 months. Yeah. That I was looking at my GM, Sony GM lenses and stuff a month in China. Was the right look for it. Ryan and them at the Griffith, I kind of purposely, but also.
So you shot this with a 40 f2. Man, this kid, I say kid, I have no idea how old or young he is, but he's like super impressive. How you got this nice lens flare?
Also because I knew it was the right look for it, I used a really cheap, like $160.
That's a cool effect.
Lens lens that I got from China. It's a 40 mil f2 that I've been playing with for the last like 6-7 months.
Yeah.
That I was looking at my GM, Sony GM lenses and stuff, being like, oh, I guess I should shoot it on the best. This is a shoot that I need to have the best gear for. And it's like, yeah, but the look that I want it to feel a little gnarly. Like, I want it to feel a little dirty.
Yep.
And maybe the bokeh isn't all that perfect, or it's all that clean, or maybe it's not that sharp, wide open. And of course, I was dirtying it up even more with filters and stuff like that. And I know you were doing stuff like that in the movie. But I did get a lot of flack afterwards, being like, what do you, because you know this, obviously, but even in my world, where it's like, again, the content creator world, everyone's going after tools. Everyone's going after what the thing that you used, right? How did you edit this? How did you grade this? What filter did you use? And it's always just like, what was right in that moment for that? Even those filters I used for those photos, a lot of people keep asking me, which specific Amazon filters did you use? And I'm like, I don't know if I'd ever use them again. You know what I mean? It was just for that. It only, in my opinion, worked and maybe.
I like this guy. He seems wise for his age, because he looks like he's 18 years old. I'm jealous. Beatty says, but definitely respect the guy and like the guy as a human. Interstellar, I think, is surrealistic of being more about the spectacle than humanistic, which is more about the intimacy and emotion of the image. Okay. I think I work best with like examples. I'm a visual learner in that sense, I guess. All I will say, Beatty, if you were just tuning in, that Project Hail Mary movie was so amazing. Like, it's definitely, I think that's like my favorite film that I've seen in the past, definitely in the past year. Right now, I still really like Everything Everywhere All at Once. To me, that just felt like such a complete movie for the type of stuff I love, which is like very adventure, sci-fi, fantasy type things, but then mixing in comedy with drama and action and like just chaos and all of that. But I really like this movie, Project Hail Mary. I thought, like, I was so impressed. There's so many times where I'm just watching, I'm like fascinated by like, how did they film this, or how did they get this kind of shot? And I thought they did so well with the storytelling and the flow of it. Yeah, and like keeping the emotions. So anyways, it's cool to hear this guy talking through it as well. But yeah,
there'll be another project that comes up where I think it'll fit. But again, it's like I don't think you use a Helios for everything, obviously. You know what I mean? Like, no. but it worked really, really well for those sequences. And I think that's really important for people to understand. It's like tool for the job. It's not that, and again, like you said, it doesn't have to be a signature prime either. It doesn't have to be a $30,000 lens, right?
No, but it can be. And if that's what is suitable, then that's what it is. Like, it's 100%. Totally. There should be no, like, I would hate for the world to swing so far the other way.
Oh, totally.
That suddenly I'm on my 2 jobs time, I go to my producers and say, I want a set of, signature primes and a set of, ingenue. And they're like, no, we don't have the budget. Or that's not, because the last guy used Helios, like the $40 Helios lens. Like, when it swings that way, then it's dangerous. As dangerous as is the other way. Like, they're both dangerous trains of thought,
I mean, it's just like, I feel like we're always breaking down the wrong thing, because it's like, I've even people criticize like blown out highlights a lot, where they're like, oh, it's too digital, it's too harsh. You're supposed to see, you've played with an Alexa 35, and it's like, they did a demo for me once where they were like, we were inside and they had a garage door that they opened in like in a warehouse, and they had an actor, like a talent, stand in the darkness, like that shot of Ryan. You know what I mean? Like, if you saw Ryan there, it doesn't work as well. Like, I need Ryan to be like clipped into the shadows. You know what I mean? Like, I need him to be in darkness. And so I always think of Kaminsky and stuff like that and what he's done with Spielberg, and I'm like, I love the blown out windows. Why do I need to see outside there? You know what I mean? Like,
I do appreciate them saying that, because I think I've been overly cautious, especially on that recent trip with the CNN Create team, where it's like, I was so nervous, because obviously this is like, well, I say obviously, but this is like the first time I'm working with like a proper team, like of professionals for a professional gig. So I want to make sure I do my best job, or I don't do anything that will get in the way of whatever they're trying to create. And so then it's like, I'm shooting with the ZR, but I haven't had much practice ever since the last time I got to shoot with it for the chimpanzee short film. And it's like, okay, well, am I going to be rusty? How do I make sure I don't end up clipping, like whether it's the highlights or, all that kind of stuff was running through my head. But I guess it is nice to just be reminded at times, like, go ahead and break the rules, or like, you know, why do you need to have every detail across your frame? So even I'm keeping that in mind, especially with these photos that I'm editing. It's kind of the same thing, right? So even here, I'm just going a little bit crazy with it, but feeling comfortable just completely blacking out certain areas, or just kind of overexpose where needed. So yeah, good messages all around. But I also like this movie, Minority Report. I didn't know, is this a Steven Spielberg thing? Minority Report, Steven Spielberg. Directed by Steven Spielberg. Damn, I did not know any of that. Well, we'll see. We'll see. That is my current ambition, Beatty, if you're still here. My ambition right now is that I definitely want to... I don't know if I want to be a DP. All I know is I think I just want to be able to enter into the space and just work on these types of projects. I think it's so cool to work on these types of film projects in whatever capacity. So that's kind of like my current overarching ambition across everything that I do from now for the rest of the year, next year, as I keep improving my craft. It's like with this in mind of like, can I then work on something like this? BD says, I think you'll understand it more if you go to Shot Deck and look at frames from DPs like Chivo and Bradford Young and Ed Lockman. See, like you're saying all these names, man. That is one of those things where it's like, oh, could I actually enter into this industry when I know so little about the industry? Like, you know, I'm like, do I need to like actually go to film school, or should I actually be properly, you know, understanding these different DPs and, you know, look through their work and treat it like schooling? Because all the names you just said there, it's like it goes over my head. Greg Fraser, now I know just from this, but yeah. Look at frames, and then you're saying something called Shot Deck. Is that like Shot Deck? Is that one of those like stock? Shot Deck. Is this Little Nas? The library of film, one beautiful shot at a time. Shot Deck is the largest collection of fully searchable high-definition movie images in the world. Interesting. So is this like something people use to kind of, what do you call it, for inspiration, or just like to put together? I feel like there's a word for this. I was gonna say a reference. It's written here, reference or discovery. What is Shot Deck?
Shot Deck is a massive, fully searchable library of images from film, TV, music videos, and commercials, accessible through our desktop site or our mobile app. Whether you need inspiration, visual reference, or just stunning cinematic images to elevate your design, Shot Deck has you covered. Every image is meticulously tagged with dozens of
Okay, so it's images. It's not like pulling the actual video files or something.
keywords, from mood to setting to technical details, and much, much more. Shot Deck is full of helpful features like our Similar Shots tool, which finds images based on your own uploads.
Ooh, that's cool.
Or the Color Picker tool, which helps you find references with the exact palette you're looking for. Put your vision in motion with the Clip tool that allows you to download your favorite music video and commercial shots as MP4s or GIFs. As you search, you can collect and organize your favorite shots in decks, which are now seamlessly integrated into your Canva work.
Okay, it sounds like it connects to Canva. That's good. That's handy. It feels like this is a tool I need to have access to, because right now I'm literally just using Notion to just type out a bunch of things about like kind of keeping track of inspirations. But this feels a bit more, this feels better. Now here's the question: how much does this thing cost? A yearly cost of about $100. I do have a university email. I wonder if that'll work. Okay, so Shot Deck. This is something I should look into. BD says yes all the time. Where'd it go? To set up mood boards. Thank you. That was the word I was looking for. I couldn't remember it. Mood boards. Yeah, so then I think this could be really nice for mood boards. DP named Larry Sher started this platform, really started something great. You can play a GIF from the frame to set how the shot progresses. Even the 7-day trial is worth it just to look at it first. No, I mean, I totally trust that it's a excellent service. So I'm sure it's worth the money. But yeah, especially if I'm trying to think more of like doing these film projects, or I can even see how I could use it for my travel vlogs, because I like what it said where you can just insert your own screen grabs or whatever, and it'll find other references. So thank you very much, BD. I do need to look into that.
Obviously, you do it in Project Hail Mary too, where like, yeah, that light is like the sun is outside or whatever it is. That should be a beamingly bright, white, just fully gone image. I don't need to see what's out there. But it's really odd to me that I think a lot of people are scared to do that because they're technically told that it's wrong because your vector scope is clipping out. You know what I mean?
I can see why in that slowly, like evolution occurs slowly, right? And like if something's just a little bit better, like on the last job, let's say you had a problem with clipped highlights, and you know, then on this job, this camera has a few more stops, and as long as you don't go, oh great, well then I'm not going to blow it out anymore. You're not going to use your instinct. You're going to use your brain. Your brain says, I want to hold every tone in this shot that I can. Then it's dangerous. But the difference with something like that is like, for example, on the Batman's a perfect example. I would have loved more pieces of shadow in shadows. Like I would love to sit there. I mean, listen, I'm very happy with the way the Batman came out. We worked really hard on getting it right. Yeah. But if you know the difference between a 2-stop and a 2.3 stop and a 2.6 stop underexposed was a little more smoother, and like, you know, again, I'm not dissing the Alexa 65, Alexa LF, which is what we shot that on. But I'm saying, like, there's always room for improvement technically, and I love it that the companies are doing that, because it helps us when we are in that pickle, when suddenly I can't ND a window, and I do want it to blow out, but I don't want it to blow out like a 40-year-old digital camera where it just goes boom, but I want to maintain the shadows in someone's dark side, because later I want to pull them together and I want to blow out that, but I want to lift, you know, like I want that ability. So having more isn't necessarily negative, but the belief that you need to use them, all that tools, is the problem. And I think if we can, again, revert back to the means and say, yeah, I mean, look at Kaminsky's work on Minority Report, or on, I mean, far out, like any of his films, any of those films, right? Yeah. Where you start to go, like, you know, I mean, Bob Richardson, Bringing Out the Dead, like all those blown out highlights, like those are ballsy. You would have a very hard time doing those on a digital camera, because it would not look good. So, you know, maybe with more latitude, you can then blow them out, and so then the fall off of highlights is more like film. I don't know. I have to do my own test on that, but I don't think in trying to improve a bit of text, the problem. I think the fact that we feel like we have to use that is the problem.
I completely agree. And on that, then it's like too, because it's like I've seen this movie on 70 twice now, like 70mm IMAX. I consider myself someone who kind of like an IMAX aficionado, if you want to call it that. Like I love, obviously, I love IMAX films, and I love things shot on 1570. I gotta say, what you did here with Project Hail Mary is the first time I've seen, like, I was entirely convinced you could have shot this on 1570. Do you know what I mean? So I always kind of, and this is no distance.
What does that mean? 1570.
Amazing. And I even love that we're getting the Odyssey this year with Hoyte doing like the entire movie on it. It's like,
I mean, I saw the prologue on Sunday.
Yeah,
I was like, oh my god, this is stunning.
Oh my god.
And this is, I mean, every time I speak to Hoyte, I'm kind of like, thank you for. I mean, that's what I love. The event, what they do with events is I love to bits. So, yeah, 1570 or aside, I mean, it was stunning. What a great prologue.
Oh, so good. So I'm curious for you. Do you have aspirations to want to shoot something on 1570, like to do like a full movie like that? Like, for me, this is my own personal taste. I'm always like, I don't know how I would use that camera. Do you know what I mean? Like the restrictions of it scare the shit out of me, you know. And whereas when I see how close, like 1-to-1 you're getting with like the 65 and doing the film out. I'm just like, well,
Petey says 1570 is a standard IMAX 70mm projection print. Okay.
well, is it a bit of diminishing returns, or like, is there really something to that process when you shoot 1570 that is, we can't match it, we can't get to it yet?
It's a little bit. The conversation is a little tricky in the sense that it's an opinion-based thing right now.
Oh, absolutely. Okay? It's so subjective. Yeah, it's totally subjective.
100% subjective, and there's so many factors, and not just the quality or the resolution or any of those things that we can quantify through mechanics, through physics. There's a ton of things that we can't quantify, and it depends who you talk to, and it depends the film that you're making, and the way Nolan and Hoyt have been making movies, they clearly have mastered that process.
70mm at 15 perfs. What does that mean? As in that's perfect? 70 at 15? 70mm at 15 perforations? I'm just trying to fill in the gap there.
It is not easy. It is one of the hardest, trickiest things to do, and it provides you limitations. And so, but that's why also some filmmakers like limitations. I mean, Spielberg loves the fact that you can't just roll. Like, he's come out and said it. He likes these 10-minute takes. Like, that's what he loves. It's one of these things. It's the roll camera, action, and cut. Like, he loves that limitation. And I know other filmmakers like that as well. And that's not incorrect. There's nothing wrong.
Perforations? Oh, I got it.
The fact that you love the process. Forgetting the image aside, the process itself is very different. The goal with Hail Mary was never to necessarily mimic 1570 ever. That wasn't. But we did test it. I've tested it in the past, and I've shot with it. I'm shooting with it. Like I'm 1570 is an amazing format, and it's divine. And when you print it 1-to-1, I think it kind of is unbeatable. I mean, I saw Oppenheimer at City Walk, and that was a 1-to-1. The black and white footage of Downey Jr. I think was the
Makes
most
no sense. Yeah.
beautiful image that I've probably ever seen projected. Right? So, like, hats off to that. The problem is that
Now that's a movie I still haven't seen yet.
And that was a 1-to-1. The black and white footage of Downey Jr. I think was the
Makes
most
no sense. Yeah.
beautiful image that I've probably ever seen projected. Right? So, like, hats off to that. The problem is that unfortunately only a couple thousand people in the world will ever see it like that. Maybe 120,000 or whatever the numbers are.
It's small.
And that's no reason not to do it either. You could say, well, just because people are going to watch it on their phone, does that mean we could just shoot it on an iPhone?
Should that. I want my Instagram videos to look good, because I don't care that they're going on Instagram. I still want it to look good. I'm not using the format as an excuse to be.
It's kind of misconstrued though, because IMAX, MSM, or the new Kigley. Yo, what's up, Kavai? Kavai in the chat. Hello. The new Kigley cameras don't actually shoot at 1570. They shoot at 15 perforation over 65mm. It gets printed at 15 over 70mm. The shooting stock is not actually 70mm. Okay. When I hear you say things like this, it's making me realize maybe I do need to actually go to film school. It sounds like there's a lot of technical knowledge I need to kind of consume in advance. But yeah, I'm not there yet to really properly understand these things that you're throwing at me. Sounds like a YouTube video that I need to watch. Kavai, how's it going? Hopefully you're having fun with those Huskies. I'm just catching up on some videos, and I'm just slowly editing through some of the photos from my Uganda trip from the past 2 months. So yeah,
when you're
just chill time.
A format for a film, it really bases itself on what the filmmakers want and what they want to get out of it. Because if you ask Chris and Phil what they wanted the film to look like, and we talked at length about what it looked like, and I came up with a presentation and said, these are the films it doesn't want to look like, and these are the films that it does want to look like. And obviously I'm not going to get into what it doesn't want to look like, because that's not fair, but we had a very firm thing, and the reality is that we did not want it to look like a digital shot film. And films that I was able to show on digital we didn't want it to look like. Now, by the way, again, this is the film digital debate. If you want to discuss that, there was films that were shot on film not very well. That we didn't want it to look like either. So it wasn't just that it was digital. It's just that it wasn't using the medium properly. But invariably, all the films that we did want it to look like were, for the most part, film. But we knew that wasn't conducive to the way that the guys like to shoot and the way that Ryan they ad lib. There's a lot of discussion. There's a lot of throwing out ideas, and so it wasn't conducive. And so, having done a film out.
Film school is a waste of time and gets you too much in a textbook mindset, in my opinion. It brainwashes you to be limited in your scope and execution. Severe waste of money, too. Kavai says, yes, I had wonderful streams. Nice. Well, I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, so I remember, I was briefly mentioning, but yeah, I got to hang out with the crew for the CNN Create project. And so it was really nice to just kind of be a fly in the wall and hear their stories. But I think maybe I might have asked some of them about how does one crack into the industry, and I think there was some conversation about, there is a little bit of I think I don't know if it's Hollywood, but just generally speaking, it is about networking and who do you know. So it's a lot to do with you just have to have the right connections. So that's. I mean, I'm sure it's still merit based, but it does sound like, well, it's not that easy. You can't just hope and expect that if you create the best quality, you're gonna make it there. So there's a little bit of politics is my kind of read of what they were saying, reading between the lines. I don't think they ever said anything like that, but my assumption is with any other industry, it's a little bit of politics. So then, yeah, I don't know, but to me, that's a fun challenge accepted. Okay, let's see how far we can go as someone who has never known anything about the film world, and I'm just learning as we go now. How far can we go? Can we start working with National Geographic? Can we work with BBC Earth? Can we then work on a proper film project within a film studio and stuff? Who knows? But that is my ambition. So wish me luck. BB says the only good things that come out of attending a film school is the people you meet and most eventually end up working together with. Ryan Coogler, while at USC, met his longtime composer, Ludwig Göransson. Is that a Swedish name? Ludwig Göransson. And longtime editor, Michael P. Shaver. Now, obviously, those relationships carried them out quite far. Yeah, I think it's the same thing people talk about with business school. Because that was a question if I should go to business school or not. Because I studied economics, the route that I was going in terms of the corporate industry and all that was very much business development and salesy and those kinds of things. So then it's oh, well, obviously you should be going to business school. And to me, everything I've heard from people was that going to business school, it's not like you go there because you're gaining all this wealth of knowledge that will change your life. Literally, you're just going there to meet other like-minded people who are on certain trajectories that are parallel to yours or overlap in some ways, such that those connections turn into future opportunities. Maybe they get you hired somewhere or whatever the case might be. So it's all about networking. That's what kind of makes the world work, I guess, or to survive the world. And part of me kind of hates that, but I also respect it. It's all about your social glue, right? At the end of the day, it's you could live and survive on your own, but life is just more exciting when you have other people you can lean on as well. So I try to remind myself of that, given that it's funny to hear me saying that when I literally left everything. I left living with 5 other roommates in San Francisco to go halfway across the world to live by myself in Dubai. And I've been here for a number of years now. And here I am, still living alone. So as I say that, though, I do try to keep that in mind, and I keep in touch with all of my close friends from back home and stay in touch with them, because it's a good reminder. It's man, life is just better with more people around you, or with 2 cats. Apprenticeships and internships are being a PA, personal assistant, carry you further and learn faster by absorption into, in my opinion, and that's how I started initially. I think I agree with you. Yeah, I definitely agree with you. So I think that is one of the, and I keep saying this, my to-do list is a little bit too long, but one of the things I do want to do is put together a list of, I don't know, director, DPs, or even just like YouTubers or filmmakers that are not like, completely out of the realm of reaching, but just like, people that I think I should at least send a cold email to them or whatever the format, and just let them know like, hey, if you need support on some project, here I am waving my hand. So I think there's no harm in doing that. And it's very much like, hey, it's not about being paid. It's like, oh, I would love the opportunity. Because can you imagine just being a fly in the wall on any of these types of projects? We were watching that guy, what's his name, Sam Newton. Yeah, Sam Newton. We just kind of stumbled upon some of his videos recently. I'd been following him from a while ago, but I forget the reason why. But then watching his videos, it's like, man, it's so inspiring. You can see how much work, the creative vision that's behind it. And it's like, can you imagine if you are able to join him on one of these trips and learn like the process, the behind the scenes, all of it. So anyways, getting distracted. Let's keep watching here.
Again, I don't ever want to be known as the film guy either, by the way, because that's the other thing, because I've now done it 3 times in a row, which I'm like going, oh, okay. Yeah. Now it's started to become a habit.
I have to fight against. I even have to fight because I'm very pro digital and I'm not anti film at all. I love both mediums so much. But I'm also of the camp similar to you where I'm like, we can do it with digital. It's just it's intention. You got to know what you're doing. But then anytime someone's like, yeah, but Greg does the film mode. I'm like, I know because he can, right? And that's great and that's amazing. But there's also really great. Look what Steve Yedlin's been doing and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like the science behind emulation is getting really good.
It is.
But sorry, to your point, it's like, I'm constantly fighting that film out a little bit. And I don't want you to stop doing it. I think it's amazing. But it does become a point of conversation that I think people are pushing in the wrong direction with that debate.
I mean, I think that the advantage that I've got, and I'm not going to be blind to it, is that I've been able to work on films that directors have loved the look of it so much that they push for it. Yeah. But by the way, it doesn't always help in the sense that, like, I mean, we were going to do the film out of the creator. And eventually Gareth looked at it because we'd shot that at, Oren.
Oh, he did Gareth, that movie? I don't think I ever finished the movie. But I remember people were talking, was this the one that was shot with the Sony something? FX something?
Help in the sense that, like, I mean, we were going to do the film out of the creator. And eventually Gareth looked at it because we'd shot that at, Oren and Gareth, when they shot it at 12,500 ASA, and it had grain, it had noise, it had that something, and so we looked at it and went, well, in here the emulation is going to do 99% of the work, so therefore to do that for that 1% maybe wasn't worth it. And I think Gareth traded, days in the mix for that, and that's his prerogative. So it's not necessarily something that has to occur, but you shoot for it. So we shot Hail Mary quite clean. I shot it. The lenses were quite sharp. Apart from the Earth stuff, which were the Mercuries, the beautiful Mercuries, the lenses that Ari built for me were quite sharp in the center.
Wait, what did he say? The lenses that Ari built for me. So is that what happens in this, when you're at this boss level of Hollywood films? These companies just make you custom lenses. Did I hear that right? That's insane.
And I think Gareth traded, days in the mix for that, and that's his prerogative. So it's not necessarily something that has to occur, but you shoot for it. So we shot Hail Mary quite clean. I shot it. The lenses were quite sharp. Apart from the Earth stuff, which were the Mercuries, the beautiful Mercuries. The lenses that Ari built for me were quite sharp in the center, to the point where on the monitor I remember thinking, oh no, I need to dirty this up, I need to soften it, I need to do something, I need to filter it, but then I kept saying to the guys, we're definitely doing a film out, right? Because it will change the way that I shoot this. If we say we're wavering on the film out, and they went, not even a debate, it's going to be IMAX, it's going to be film out, it's going to be this, it's going to be 70mm. Like, they went, they were hardcore about their beliefs. And so I just lit it as well as I could, knowing that's what was going to happen.
It works.
Jay Orsetti. Oh, is that Jim Orsetti? Was I think it's Jim. Yeah. I apologize if I get your name wrong. I mean, yeah. Okay. I think it's Jim. I apologize if I'm mixing you up with someone else that seems familiar. Orsetti, at the very least. Thank you for being in the chat. Hope you've been well. You said Arri is big on building for creators. They rent their lenses out, I think. They're crazy expensive. Damn. Okay, so how big of a creator do you have to be for Arri to build for you? That's insane. Hope you've been well. It's been a while. It's been a hot minute. Since you are back and since I'm back, just as a quick little catch up, I'm back from 2 months of traveling. 2 months, 3 countries, 25,000 photos, 20 terabytes of videos that I need to catch up on. So I don't have any plans on traveling for at least the next month or so. So I'm using that time to just, catch up on all my work. I'm planning to stream about 5 times a week, usually just on the weekdays. So this is I think my 3rd or 4th stream since I've been back, and I'm just trying to be in a good mindset and be consistent. And I'm also easing myself back into streaming by watching some videos that are related to filmmaking stuff as I continue to hopefully, enter into that space and learn the craft of cinematography, blah, blah, blah. And while I do that, you guys can just chill with me and watch as I edit some of my photos from the trip. Keeping in mind, I didn't take too many photos. I did focus mostly on video, but I did pause here and there to, snap a few shots. And this is all shot with the Nikon ZR. So it is also kind of interesting for me to see what kind of quality can I get on the photo side of the ZR when most people are thinking of it for cinema stuff. So that's where we're at. And so I'm on the 3rd day of edits for that trip. It was very fun. I will just, as a quick reminder in terms of what have I been up to in those 2 months? Very, very fun. I ended up doing 3 different projects. There were supposed to be more, damn it. But because of the current Iran war, conflict, whatever you want to call it, some of those projects got put on hold because traveling and everything has just been put on hold. So I stayed in Munich with a friend for the 2 months and as my headquarters, and then I traveled between countries for my projects. The first project was with CNN Create, so I'm very, very excited to share with you guys. It's not available yet, but once the project is live or public, then I can speak a bit further in terms of who we were working with, what was the project about, blah, blah, blah. But I'm very excited to share that with you guys. That was my first time putting on or strapping on the big boy pants and working with actual professionals in an actual film environment, let's say. So I learned a lot, I think. It sounds like they are interested in working with me again. So we'll get into all of that later. But yeah, so the first trip was for a CNN Create project. And then the second trip was back to Uganda for my own organized tour. So I had a couple of photographers join me, and that's what you're seeing me edit right now. And that was mainly for shoe bills and chimps and gorillas. And then right off the back of that one, I flew directly to Tanzania, where I spent about 10 days, where I was the instructor teaching about 20 different guides from Asilia, Africa, on the fundamentals of wildlife photography. So that was really cool. They rented out a bunch of Nikon camera and lenses, and then we would just go every day out into the field, and I would just train them. And it was really fun. I have a lot of footage and photos from that to share with you guys as well. And I hope that will solidify a bit further in terms of a new career direction I can go, which is being this kind of instructor. So hopefully, I will continue building out a relationship with Asilia Africa, because they work across East Africa, including Uganda and Kenya. But then also, if there are other safari operators or whomever that would like to enlist my services, maybe that I can turn this into a proper, I'll build my website for this and sell my services for what I do. Jim says, sounds like a blast of a trip. It was so intense. There were definitely some crazy moments in there, including I have some gruesome photos and videos of in between my trips. I got hit with something called the Nairobi fly, where it released its chemical toxins all over the back of my neck, which caused at least 10 days of suffering for me. and not knowing if I was hit with some alien parasite and the next COVID pandemic, or if it's nothing to worry about. And yeah, so anyways, that's a whole other story that I shared a little bit here and there. I think I shared some of the photos, but yeah, so we dealt with the highs and the lows. And for me, it's always high. BD says, yeah, most glass you use, especially at the high-end feature level, is custom tuned and built to the DP's specifications. That is insanity. My God. Okay. One second. Where was I? Let me just pop open the photo that I was editing. Was it this one? Okay, let me just keep editing that, and then so he said, I think we have sought at least 100 custom lenses from Dan Sasaki, who is the lens guru at Panavision over the years. Okay, Dan has built lenses for anybody and everybody. Okay, well, will he build some lenses for me, for free? You know. Jim says, sorry to hear that. No, don't be sorry. I mean, I survived. And it is quite a unique experience to go through. It did suck in the sense that I had to I couldn't join my guest on the second gorilla trek and some other parts of the journey because I had to just rest up in the lodge for like 3 days straight and heal up. But in terms of a crazy incident, I'm glad it happened to me and not to my guests. That is a big concern and like a fear of mine. That obviously I want people who join my tours and my trips to have the best experience. And can you imagine if they were the ones that got bit by the bug or got injured? It's just, yeah, like I prefer it happens to me than to them. So yeah, no complaints. It's a new, unique story for me. And I'll show you the photos and then you're like, oof, okay, nasty. Hopefully you've been well, Jim. It's like it has been a minute. So it's cool to see friendly names pop into the chat here and there and join me as I'm doing my thing again. But yeah. All right, let's keep watching this. Let me edit this one.
It's not like it's breaking down in the front row. You know what I mean? Like it looks just, and I can't wait for the 4K release. Here's something interesting about the home releases. There's a lot of, I'm of two camps. I'm actually more of one camp. There's a lot of people that want the expanded 143 at home. You know, I don't know if you've heard this.
Yeah.
You've maybe been asked it before.
I have.
Here's my take on it. You can agree or disagree. To me, IMAX is not just an aspect ratio. It's not just that it's 1:4:3. It's a physical experience, right?
Yeah.
So, for me, when I see Ryan's face fighting the astrophage or fighting, trying to get on the ship and stuff like that, and like it's a monumental. It's just taking up my entire peripheral view. That is unbelievable, right? I don't know how much that translates at home then from the letterbox look when I'm looking at a 55-inch screen from 8 feet away on my couch. And like maybe it's elitist, maybe it's too pretentious to say that it should be reserved only for the cinema, but part of me feels like that's where it was sort of meant to be. And if we're gonna like preserve this cinematic experience, maybe that full ratio should only expand there. I don't know. It's like it's something I've been thinking about a lot because it comes.
I have no idea
quite a bit now, and I know Denise even talked about it being like it's kind of meant for the theater. Like that's why we do it. That's why we expand ratios out. And maybe there's like a 1:9:0 happy medium, you know what I mean? Like but then it's like we're in an aspect ratio hell at that point. We're just like, can we commit to something here, right?
Tell me, well, try shooting it then.
Yeah,
forget the watching. If you think you're in audience hell, try actually framing for it. It's like that is a form of torture. You take somebody you hate and you ask them to do that, and you will torture them. I think that I don't know. I mean, I've got a copy of June. Because I obviously June Part 1 in 4:3, right? And it's amazing.
Gorgeous.
I love it.
Yeah.
But it's not an experience. It's just a visual thing. Like the 4:3 is how it was framed, and it looks better in 4:3 I think than it does in 1:9:0.
Yeah.
But that's not the experience because you're on a computer or on a screen with bars left and right. Then you got bars left and right, and then bars top and bottom, and like suddenly you're dealing with a tiny little image on your big 80-inch screen.
Whatever it is you have,
I think that it's a better thing to have something that uses the entire medium of what you're watching it on. So if you're watching it on a 1:9:0 screen or a 1:8:5 screen, then it just fills that screen. I think that is the best medium at home, and I agree. And I wish that there were more screenings of it in IMAX. But you know, IMAX are pretty good at returning films back into the cinema. I mean, Sinners had a great re-release as well. You know.
Yeah. I think you guys are doing a re-release after Mario. Like they're going to do another couple weeks of Project Hail Mary coming up too.
Yeah, right. I mean, I'm not surprised. I mean, I could barely get a seat as well. You know, so it's. No,
wait, this guy did the Mario movie as well?
I
feel like I'm missing a bunch.
The end of this a little bit. Like, you are an MVP at picking projects, man. Like, you are just like sort of not to jinx it by any means. You know what I mean? But you're on a streak for a while now, where it's just bangers after bangers. You're doing so well. This one in particular, I just feel like, from a broad audience standpoint, in the sense like I can take anybody at any age to this movie and go, you're gonna have an amazing time.
Yeah.
How does this one feel for you now that you have a little bit of distance from it now, as like maybe like an audience member and obviously a creator of making it? How do you feel about this one in your filmography going into the future?
I mean, I haven't done a proper space movie before. I mean, I wouldn't call Rogue One and I wouldn't call Dune space movies, right? Right. Rogue One's a fantasy. I mean, Rogue One's Dune's a sci-fi. But this is kind of space film. I don't. It's sci-fi. It's a space movie. It's a space movie. It's a full space movie. It's a space movie. Yeah, it's a proper space movie. So I haven't really done one before, and you know, the idea of being like, when you take a project, there's always 1,000 things that you think about. Like, okay, what are the sets? We're going to be trapped on these tiny little sets for months on end, and they were tiny. They're hard to shoot in. They're tricky. Like, they can be unfun, technically, right? Because impossible to light. You can see every light source. You got to pull stuff away, put cameras in, particularly if they're larger cameras, which the Alexa 65 at that point was a big camera, relatively. And so, you know, you have those discussions with yourself, and then but I've known Phil and Chris for almost 10 years now, and I love what they do. Everything they do, they're involved with producing and directing. Like, as directors, I love what they do.
Phil and Chris, I feel like I've heard those names together. Is there like Phil Lord, or am I making this up? Phil Lord, and okay, yes, okay. See, all right. Sometimes this was what I was guessing. I was gonna say, is it like Phil Lord and Chris Miller? Wait, no. I think I'm more confident that there was something like Phil Lord was a word or a name. Phil Lord and Chris Miller are a highly acclaimed American filmmaking duo known for directing and producing successful animated and live-action films, including the Lego Movie, 21 Jump Street, and the Spider-Verse. Gotcha. Okay. Oh, they did. Oh. I don't like this AI overview, because this AI overview didn't do them justice, because they should have led with the fact that they directed and wrote Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. That is such an underrated animated film. For a while, I think that was like my favorite animated film for a number of years. I was like, man, the humor was so on point. Like it's like smack right into like my zone of comedy. So yeah, that movie spoke to me. BD says, no, there's controversy from engaged fans of IMAX that Project Hail Mary only spent a few weeks in IMAX before the Super Mario Galaxy movie, which had a pretty significant run there. Oh, wait, is it? How do you mean? You're saying they can only show one IMAX movie at a time? Like they pulled Project Hail Mary so that Super Mario Galaxy movie could be in the same, I guess, the same theater? Well, I guess maybe, I'm assuming Super Mario Galaxy, did they have a bigger budget? Jeez. It doesn't feel right. I feel like this Project Hail Mary is such an incredible movie. It deserves more IMAX time.
And you know, I think that their instincts are fantastic. They don't come from a film world, which means that they don't have any of the preconceived ideas of filmmakers. I mean, like filmmakers, as opposed to you know, animation. Yeah. And so they have all the skills of great storytellers and the great skills of animators, and they're funny, and they have heart. And so it's just like, you know, and when this film came up for me, like it was you know, I mean, I've been pretty keen to work with Ryan for a while. I loved. I mean, you talk about a guy with a, with a great choice, a history of choice.
Unbelievable.
I mean, you can't really point to any of the films that he's done and gone, no, like
He knows what he's
everything
doing. Yeah.
for what it did, it hit it out of the park. Like
Absolutely
everything. So, I would hope. I mean, to emulate something like Ryan's career in the sense that obviously I'm not an actor, but he has great taste in projects, and I would hope that between me and my agents who help me sort of navigate the Hollywood system, that we can navigate our way through and find the best projects that not necessarily make the most box office. And it's great, by the way, that everyone's kids to their grandparents can see this film and come out of it feeling something. But it's more about what can challenge me as an artist and as a filmmaker, because I've been super fortunate to have worked with some of the best filmmakers in the planet, and that's not lost on me any day of the week. But I also need to be able to challenge myself.
He says, it's all because of IMAX marketing. They only like to focus on one title at a time unless there's special incentive to have one-day runs for something or another. Gotcha. Okay. Man, the intricacies, the politics of it all, yeah. Final thoughts on risk and blah, blah, blah. You know what? Should I keep watching? I mean, we made it this far. Might as well keep going.
In a very real way, and have projects that scare me enough that I'm like, I have no idea how I'm going to do this. And actually Hail Mary was that for me for quite a while, because it wasn't the technicals, it wasn't how do we do the astrophage, it wasn't how we do the IR, like all that stuff was all just kind of, I tell you what, the thing that I hadn't solved in my brain was how do we get this thing looking like those references that I showed the guys, shooting in this digital format in this way with these lenses. And I was like struggling because it's not just a film out thing. There was a whole other side of it. And I remember the day actually Ryan joined us, because I think up to that point he'd been doing sort of Barbie promotions. I think he performed at the Oscars, probably one of the greatest performances of any Oscars. In a pink suit and Slash next to him. But he joined us not long after that to start the movie, and that day itself, I kind of happened upon the key reference that I went, this is what the film looks like, and I could point to one thing as opposed to a myriad of pictures on my walls, and I had to explain to people, well, there's that and this, and then you sound like an idiot. But I remember that was when I had my first chat to Ryan about it, because he's a producer and very heavily involved in the film. I went, I've just found what this film's going to look like. And he goes, perfect, tell me. I'm not going to tell you, I'm going to show you. And I showed him a music video that Chris Cunningham did for Bjork called All Is Full of Love.
Amazing.
And it's Bjork as a robot, and her being put together by another robot and then making love with herself as another robot. It's beautiful. It's probably one of the finest music videos ever made, and if you haven't seen it, you have to do yourself a favor and watch it. But what's beautiful about it is it's serene, it's beautiful, it's harsh, it's kind of futuristic, but it's analog. Like the look of it's analog because it was shot on film. It was like it was, but it's Japanese sort of high-end sci-fi robot stuff. Like it is beautiful. It is stunningly beautiful. And whilst Hail Mary wasn't going to have that kind of that look overall, it was the spirit of what that was that I went, okay, I know I can shoot high-end metal that does this thing, that does that, and I can do it in a way that feels warm and human.
There was one more thing I wanted to ask you. What I love about the exterior spaceship scenes is they feel handheld, and I'm so used to seeing spaceships static, like almost, again, seen very grand and still. But I think I was reading maybe in the ASC article, or it was in the Variety, that you kind of reshot those virtually a little bit too. Is that right? Where you got to actually like kind of hold a camera for that? Is that how that worked?
So this is where, having Paul Lambert as a VFX supervisor, is fantastic. I mean, because normally what happens is the DP is employed from pre-production through to wrap, right? And we say goodbye, we start a new project. I was coming in and relensing actions. So, and also during the prep, Framestore had built the animations of the ship in 3D in Unreal.
Yeah.
So I could actually watch the animation of a ship flying through a universe, and I could lens it with a camera. Literally, it was a virtual camera, but I could lens it.
Yeah.
And so there were times where, it would come at me and I'd be like, whoa, like, and as if I was literally standing in space, right?
Yeah.
But so we did try and come up with a series of rules. Like, okay, I physically couldn't be standing in space. Although there was a joke, actually, which the guys, I don't think they did, which was, maybe they did. We should look for it. But on the hull of the ship, I wanted to put a little shadow of me in a spacesuit with a camera.
That's amazing.
Or a little cameraman, like maybe not me, maybe Jason, in a spacesuit, just a tiny little, in a shadow on the ship somewhere. I should ask the guys. I don't think they ever did that.
That's a really funny
Easter egg. Would have been a genius idea.
That's a genius Easter egg, because it's kind of like the accidental coffee cup left in a shot from the crew. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That would have been awesome.
That would have been cool. But I did lens it in 3D, and that's why, like, even for example, the scene where he's drunk, like I was following the ship, and I was like trying to kind of, and if you watch that again, it's like it's not just a beautiful kind of ship going across the sky. It's like, man, that ship's drunk.
I'm telling you, man, this is one of my favorite movies of all time. It's one of the best looking space movies of all time. I've been singing its praises left, right, and center. And obviously your whole team is fantastic, and I'm happy for you. I can't wait to see what you're doing next. I hope we get to talk about Beatles at some point in the future, and I hope you're doing well, because this is a good one, man. You did really good.
Thanks, man. Your passion's contagious. I appreciate it, and it's hard sometimes when you make a film, because every scene in that movie, for me, comes with baggage. Like everything in that film comes with baggage, good and bad, right? And nothing bad as in like PTSD bad. I'm talking about like we live life as we make a movie.
Stress, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And and you want to swing, as you swing for the fences. You're prepared for some levels of failure and some whatever that baseball term is when you strike out. When you strike out,
yeah, you
right?
strike out.
You've got to. If you swing for the
miss,
fences, you got to strike out at some time.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And so with when you make a film like that, you swing as hard as you can. Well, I do, as do the guys, as do my team, and you just hope that it's going to be good, and you hope that in that swing that it's going to be appreciated by people, because the only reason really to do it is not for our own edification, because it's hard for us to watch our own movies. It is for me anyway, but it's that when people have passion for it and enjoy it, I get so much energy out of that, and it's like, okay, well, I've got to make sure that the next one I do, and going forward, that I still keep up that level of precision with the work, so that when you and
some
I
cool
talk
people,
again, and then again and then again, that we're talking about something that isn't just a meh kind of
very
thing.
very
It's
insightful.
something that I've swung hard for, and my team has swung hard for. So but I'm glad thank you for your passion. What can I say?
No, appreciate it. Thank you for making cool shit that makes my job easier too, so I can talk about great stuff being made out there and highlight it.
Good stuff. So Patrick Tomaso. I think I'm gonna have to watch more of this guy's stuff, because he seems like he breaks down a lot of the filmmaking process. Nice. Okay, what are the other videos I was supposed to watch? There's one about cinematographers who grade like this get better color, and then my final studio tour. Okay, I haven't seen Colin Kelly in a while, but I'm curious about the studio tour.
Turn this thing on here. All right, we're good. Rolling. This is the Office Studio Tour. The final Studio Tour 2026. And for this, it's a complete change. I gutted the entire office. Everything.
Oh man, actually, this reminded me, because we watched one of these podcast interviews that Peter McKinnon did with some guest, and I remember not intentionally, but there was a number of critiques that were made on that stream about the his studio setup. I don't know if he's saying it's been revised since, but I remember there was a few things when we watched it where I was like, oh, you know, these are, I feel like they could have made some adjustments to the studio. Okay. I'm curious if they've changed.
It's ever been, past, present, to make room for the future. The goal with this was zero friction. I want to come in and make videos. I want it to look great. I want it to have style, personality, a place for meetings, place to hang, places to film, places for a podcast. All the details, all the aesthetics that make me need to be present. If I'm not physically in this space, I want someone to be able to come in here and know this is Peter McKinnon's office. And I feel like that is what we accomplished.
Man, I'm so jealous though. Man, what an opening, but so jealous. This guy's got like, how many shooting rooms does he have? He's got that podcast space. Can you imagine? Oh, what a world. You just like hop over to one set for like certain YouTube videos, and then you hop over to the other one to do some product review things, or then you go over here to do a podcast interview.
One of the things you may have noticed straight out of the gate with the last few videos over the last several weeks is the angle changes quite a bit, because one of the main goals I had with this studio makeover is I wanted to be able to shoot from so many different angles. One desk, one background, everything always the same. I wanted to be able to switch from here to here, maybe to here. This works. Literally everything looks great.
I actually really like this one. Do you want to mix it up? Open the door, switch sides. Now I've got even more depth. This angle, this is working for me right here. I like this. And while I have you here, that photo of Kiefer Sutherland, that was one of the very first photos I ever put in my very first townhome that I bought. It was my first piece of art. It was the catalyst for everything that made me want to shoot his portrait eventually. I thought it was a great reminder that even if your dreams seem crazy and unrealistic and wild and far-fetched, that they can be achieved. And that right there, that's living proof.
I can shoot talking head angles. I can set up my vlog camera, the desk itself, the living space, the podcast set, in a proper storage room to actually keep the gear. This is new. Why not? It's kind of rad. I could probably use like a pop filter for it. Those P's are a little...
I was gonna say the audio doesn't sound as... not that I'm like an audiophile, but I felt like this mic... Maybe he sounds a bit too quiet in it. I'm not sure. Something's off about it.
Noxious. I'm sorry. But this episode is going to be split into several sections. I want to show you the space. I want to talk about the details. I want to reminisce on all the old versions of this space was, because honestly, when you see them all put together, you will be mind blown that it was this many things in that amount of time. In fact, I'd love to bring a designer on to actually roast those setups. The very designer that made this space, my friend Patty.
I wanted to show you some photos that I compiled on my phone of my past spaces.
Okay.
And I'd love for you to like either rate them, roast them, or just give me your honest thoughts, because they're different.
Okay.
And I know you've seen some of them. I'm just going to show you my very first YouTube setup background space. That's the...
I think...
Oh.
Okay, you know what?
Setup.
Because I think this was the set that... There was a few things I remember. We watched some random interview where looking at the set, I was like, oh. There's a few things that I didn't like as we were being nitpicky. I forget what they were. Oh, yeah, it was things like this, right? Random stuff where behind the guest on the wall over on the right, you could see the AC unit or whatever, like the remote controls and these little white things on the wall. And I know, and you can even see the fire alarm, on the top. And I know those things you're not allowed to. There's like legal reasons why certain things have to be placed where they are for for safety. But then it's like, yeah, I don't know. You know what? Funny enough, in my past life, in my corporate life, I did actually design an entire innovation studio, and I worked with some agencies and like figure out all these little nitpicking details. But yeah, that was one little thing I thought was like, oh, I felt like there should have been a way to find a different angle, or to just make sure you don't highlight these white, because they definitely stand out, right? Because it's this white on the black wall type thing. And none of this really adds much to the set. And like everything else is starting to look very professional. Everything looks intentional. And then boom, you've got these like four 5 rectangular pieces, and you got the fire alarm, and you got some reflection off of like some door here. And I was like, oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, there was a whole discussion we were having last time. Okay, anyways,
Background space. That's the.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
And I say
that was
this,
like
by the way, as it's not like I know what I'm talking about. Look, I like my setup here. I did the best I could with the space that I have, but there's like so much I still need to learn when it comes to lighting and like different angles. Yeah, so keeping that in mind, who am I to judge?
Day one.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you think? Just starting. Just starting out.
Just starting out.
Spare bedroom.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. I don't know what to say.
Oh, it's that bad, eh?
No, it's just that,
no.
like, I'm just trying to envision, like, where were the cameras set up? Like, how did you have?
Basically,
like, it's
where
just
that
like,
photo was taken is where like the camera would
and
set
you
up,
would just sit on the sofa.
I'd sit on the couch, or I'd
Yeah.
sit on a desk just in front of all of this, and that would be like my backdrop. What's wrong with this? If this was if someone was looking at
it,
like,
just looks like somebody's apartment or somebody's. Yeah.
If that was an apartment, would it be styled okay, or
like it just, there's not a lot of personality there. I don't know who is actually working there. I would never picture you working in that space.
Well, I've changed over time.
Yeah,
as you can see.
You've evolved.
Yes.
They're not bad. I thought for sure you'd open the box and like Raiders of the Lost Ark would come out, Remember that movie? Indiana Jones? Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, please someone know that reference. I'm not that old.
Why don't you just like fill every space?
Every space, every crook and crane.
Yeah, just all of it.
How close did you have that to my wrinkle?
But are all these books that he's read, or do you think he just bought a bunch of like a random assortment of books? If it was me, I would like be so meticulous. I would want like, one, it has to be every book that I've already read, and it has to have some significance to it. But then, I don't know. I think I would love to design my own studio for sure. I would love to design these things. Not that I'm not an expert. Jim says Peter McKinnon's net worth is $2 million allegedly. Only $2 million? I don't know why. I feel like he would have a lot more. No, I don't know. I mean, it's an expensive line of work, I guess. But yeah, I would love to have a big budget like that. Technically, the innovation studios that I put together, they did have budgets of like millions. So, but it wasn't for me, right? But it was fun. I was very proud of it. I got to build a bunch of cool, like, innovation spaces for corporates. But
it's a wide angle, don't worry. Thank you.
One thing that is annoying about these books, because I have to deal with it with my own space over here. Can you see it over? Oh, I guess you can't see it, but underneath Kimbap on the 2 lower shelves, these are all the books that have survived my past few trips, or like moving apartments. I ended up having to throw away some of the books because I had some issues in the moving process. But it is so annoying having to keep them clean, because you have to make sure there's no humidity so that you don't get those like little bugs that get into inside the books. And then all the dust just loves to collect in all the in between spaces, the nooks and crannies of it all. So having to clean this is just such a nightmare.
You're just down here reading.
I know, I'm very interested in everything in here.
It looks so full and good that it could like almost be like an AI background. Like it almost just looks like one of those weird like zoom back.
I'm not saying this would be a good idea, but where my head's going is like, okay, if you had...
It looks so full and good that it could like almost be like an AI background. Like it...
It's like, can you make a could you, if you had so many books and like different colors, different sizes, could you then, make the books become the art piece? So like the entire bookshelf is a big canvas, and then it's like it's like those little pixel arts, right? Or like you stack all these books in a certain way so that from a distance it looks like a big image or like a big photo or art piece. And then, so all the books with all the different colorings can then turn it into like maybe one of his best shots that he's taken, but in book form. But yeah, those things can end up looking really tacky though. And obviously once you do it, it's hard to change it up. But that could be interesting if you did like a big mural using the books.
Almost just looks like one of those weird like Zoom backgrounds, you know.
Because it sounds like, because these guys are placing all these books here, I have a feeling once he places the books there, no one's ever going to touch the books again. It's like meant to be there statically or permanently, semi-permanently. So if you're going to do that, then I don't know. Why not turn it into something visually like an art piece?
Now you're like, I choose the library today. People are going to ask me, like, are you in a library or is that real?
I love this rug. I just wish it was bigger.
Didn't you already buy another one?
We did.
Yeah.
Let's go back. Maybe we could do it when we come back to style. Do you have another piece of favorite artwork that you would like to use
Where?
for here?
Instead of the mirror?
No, layer on layer.
What do you mean?
I want to layer a photo on the mirror.
You want to block the mirror?
No, I want to layer another image on top of the mirror.
So partially block the mirror?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Yeah.
You see, after a while changing things over and over and over and over and over, it lost its identity and it became like a storage room that I just filmed videos in. The vibe had left the chat, and I'm big on needing a space to provide me creative support. I want to feel inspired when I'm in my space. I've always been that way. I've seen it in the comments of these videos. You've said it yourself. The kids that, and I'm one of them, change their rooms around every day when they got home from school. I wouldn't just clean my room. I'd rearrange everything, all the furniture. And then it felt fresh and it felt like a new start. Now, admittedly, as I got older and became an adult, did I become an adult? That's actually to be determined. I've realized that I use that same principle to distract myself from getting things done that need to be getting done. Instead of making videos, instead of getting on calls, instead of making plans, working, I'll change my office around. Then once I'm in that, I feel like I have to finish it before I can get started so that I can be productive and make videos. But then in lies the cycle. Over and over and over. So this year I thought, you know what? I'm gonna hire a professional to actually design this studio so it becomes something that I love and never change again. Now I guess the famous words are never say never, but I can tell you right now, I'm feeling pretty good.
So you've had a couple of spaces that are white.
Yeah, so like when it comes to this podcast setup, because I think for some reason at one point I was doing a lot of research behind like podcast backgrounds and backdrops and stuff. But yeah, like to me, I guess I personally am not a fan of when right now there's nothing going on behind her besides it's like super dark, but then within the darkness you're seeing these like random slivers of light reflected off things that don't make any sense. And especially because she has dark hair, it's also like you're not really getting separation between where she is and the background. It almost like all bleeds in together, at least on my viewing of it on my screen here. So then you're getting like this black on black. The headphones are black, the microphone's black, the wall is black. There's like not too much of a catch light or anything, or like on her hair. It's a little bit on the top of her head, I guess. So you're getting this like kind of top light, I guess. I don't know. So to me, it's like, so then the background doesn't add much depth either. Well, right now it just looks like you're entering into a void. But yeah, the things that are visible are the ugly things. It's like it's that air conditioning monitor or like the little, controller and I don't know. So to me, I was like, man, it's easy enough for me to critique at a distance in my little setup here. But if you got all that kind of money, this would be like, I feel like this is something that could be and should be improved, especially because this is where the guest tends to sit. Like in that last video we saw of Peter McKinnon when he was doing an interview, he had the guest sit on this side. So then to me, it's like, I feel like you need to prioritize the backdrop of the guest being the best, right? Because, I mean, even from a strategic marketing standpoint, if you got guests coming in to do some podcasts, I'm assuming you're bringing in guests who have their own following as well, and the guests will be excited to promote whenever the video comes out, and they're going to share it with their followers, blah, blah, blah. And also it's a common, not common courtesy, but I imagine you do want to treat the guest the best as a good host. So you want to make them look the best. And to me, I feel like there should be something more exciting happening back here. And there's nothing back here that's screaming, I am a famous photographer, YouTube vlogger, like, the extraordinaire that Peter McKinnon is. There's nothing here that ties to his brand right now. Like this could be any podcast interview, studio. So I don't know. Those are like some things that I felt a little bit stronger on the critique. I think we went over it, months back when we saw that video. But yeah, this is one. I feel like this is a pretty strong. I can justify my critique here, is what I'm saying. And then also the way they positioned the camera. I mean, I know you can break these rules, but generally speaking, I know you're supposed to be positioning. If you're having like a 2-person interview, and clearly she's the person on the right as she's looking off to the left. Technically, you should be framing this or composing it in such a way that she's on the right third of the screen. So there's a lot more of that look space off to the left, so you kind of know where she's gazing towards. Whereas right now, they've kind of positioned her center left, so then it almost feels like she's talking right into a wall. So like it's a bit more cramped or something. I don't know. It's kind of fun to pretend to be like someone who can critique, but I think my critiques are justified. So
do you typically gravitate more to, or did you?
Yeah.
Because I don't think you do anymore. Like, I think you love now, if I could say, the patina of things and
very much so.
Kind of that edge, right? Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. No.
And then what did we critique on this wide angle shot? I'm trying to remember. I don't think, I'm trying to remember if there was any major critiques. I mean, maybe this kind of like chandelier or like these lights on the top, just because of the way it's cropped could be a little distracting, maybe. Also, it's blocking some of the wall we're looking at. Yo, FC Denial. FC Denial. Thank you very much for the follow. On the Twitch side, thank you. Yes, we're going to slowly keep building up our streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. So thank you very much for that. If you're watching and you're new, I am a travel and wildlife photographer, and I've been moving into filmmaking and cinematography. So that tends to be the subject of what I stream. Is you'll be watching me edit my photos and videos. But I've been gone for the past 2 months. I've been traveling through. I had a few film projects and like some of my personal projects. So I just got back. I live in Dubai, but now that I'm back, I am just trying to catch up on my photos and videos. And we're watching some random videos. This one happens to be by Peter McKinnon, and you're just catching me being nitpicky about his studio.
Oh, I think the white. I think photographers in general maybe gravitate towards that. It's fresh. It's like feels like a studio.
Right.
Art kind of pops off the walls. I guess depending on what you have up there. It's good for lighting. It's good for filming and shooting. Light bounces off the walls and fills a room.
So we're coming at it from 2 different angles.
Yeah.
You're coming at it from obviously photography, and I'm looking at it as, like who lives here and what's the personality of the space. So
that's interesting though to me.
Yeah.
How
there we go. Okay, this is what I was waiting. I was waiting for them to go to the other side of the camera. See, to me, this looks amazing, right? I was like, okay, I like the lighting here. He's properly, placed where he's off to the left third. The colors are so fantastic here, right? And you got that nice, cool, those chandelier lighting or whatever in the back, adding some nice ambient. The bookshelves are at an interesting angle, so it's got a little bit of that depth and like, kind of these diagonal leading lines, I guess. Yeah. So to me, I'm like, okay, not that I'm the expert. I don't have my own podcast studio or anything, but as far as like what I think of when I see this, I'm like, I think this is a really clean shot. But unfortunately, I just don't think it matches well with the guest's camera angle. And so, yeah, 2 things. One, we see, again, she's not positioned on the far right side, so she's a little bit cramped into the left side of things. And the color scheme also doesn't seem to match, where here we got this nice warm and black tones. Here we just got mostly black, like darkness. And, yeah. So you would never really be able to tell that these 2, besides like the color grading, you wouldn't be able to really tell that this came from the same set. So, yeah. Anyways, that's my...
This was when we first moved in here, and I came down, and I was like, all right, that's...
Ooh, now we're starting to see more of your personality here.
Okay.
I like that way better than the previous space. Again, I think you have so many, like, really cool things that all have a story behind them. So, yeah, I would say that's probably... maybe a 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10, like maybe even a bit more. Like that's totally rock and roll.
I had like a whole neon corner. There was pinball machines, but like it took me 30 minutes to turn all the lights on every day.
Jesus.
It was cool for a few.
That's insane. That does take a lot of time. Is it not possible to just build like a universal switch or something for that?
Months, and then I came in one day and was like, get rid of it.
It was too much.
I hate it all, and I feel like that's what happens to me with a space. I live in it for a while, the novelty wears off. Like, this was really exciting and really fun at the start,
right?
And then one day you just come in and it's over. You're like, get this crap out of here. Like, why am I wasting? Like, what am I doing back there?
And thank you to Squarespace for sponsoring this video. Yes, you've heard it a million times. You know it by now. You could do it as well as I could do it at this point. But for the people in the back, just in case, award-winning templates. Okay. Great customer service. These are really hard to write on. Okay. All-in-one platform. Open the page and it's done. AI blueprint, fully customizable pages. That's how you go deeper. Okay. Online stores. Okay. Podcasts. Protected client areas. Oh, I'm sorry, did you just do a photo shoot? You want to upload all the work that you just did so your clients can log in and review and send it to their friends? Easy. Another win right there. Bam. Make a portfolio. Photos and videos. I'm a big believer in that you need more than Instagram for a place to show your work. That's not gonna stay. It's better. It takes absolutely no time to set it up. You could be running by the end of the day. You could be running before I get these stickers off my face. And I can save you 10% off using code McKinnon at checkout. McKinnon. So hit the link in my bio. It's all right there. And thank you again to Squarespace for sponsoring this episode. Go on now. I did my part.
There's like a bar. I don't even drink. It's like there's pinball machines, and like you turn that on, you can't work. Everyone could hear it. It was fun for the kids.
And fun and kind of unique and, like you said, a novelty, I think.
How do you like not cross that line where it just becomes disgusting and you're like, get it away, get everything off me? Did I add too much, or is it just my personality?
No, I mean, I think it's very layered and intentional. I think you've created a very cool space, which I think served you at the time. I think part of the beauty of design is being able to, explore other ideas and design concepts and things like that over time. I think blowing it up and starting all over, maybe you don't want to do that anymore. But I fully expect that even your current space today is going to evolve over time, because we change, right? We don't stay the same. And as a creative, like, I love change. We mature, right? Like our tastes also mature over time. And I think we become more aware of who we are and what brings us joy and what brings us comfort and peace.
What do you think of that one? That was in here.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm so jealous of this. I would love to live in a kind of like one of these loft studios. Or I saw one apartment recently near where I live, where they've got like the main floor, and then you take the stairs up to the loft area, and that's where the bedroom is. And I was like, for a hot minute, well, the minute's still going, but a part of me is thinking like, should I move apartments? Because right now is the time to move to a new apartment in Dubai, because the market is a bit on edge because of the current war. So a lot of people have left, and most likely probably in the next like few months, my assumption is that the housing prices, the rent prices, everything is going to be dropping significantly. So as for someone like me who is a renter, okay, I might as well take advantage of the things that I can. That's good. So if I can pay cheaper rent, that's great. But there's so much cost that goes into moving, obviously. But if I could live in a place that the bedroom is upstairs, or like, I just take the steps to the loft area. So it's not 2 floors in the sense of like closed off. It's kind of like this. And man, to me, I've always had that weird dream of wanting to live in a space like that. And my cats would love it, right? Because then these little guys would be able to just race around, go up to high elevation and do their cat things. So yeah, the added benefit there. But also, like, I've spent so much time even just putting this setup together. And the thought of having to take this all down, try to rework it, is exciting, but I don't know if I can afford the time that it would take to do that, as opposed to just, I need to hit the ground running. I need the ability to just like turn on the stream every day and just grind through this. Don't waste any extra time, renovating, blah, blah, blah. So anyways, okay.
I
What do you think of that?
Move on. I like the previous space way more. I think this is, again, you maybe just are bored one day and thought, okay, I'm going to create this really cool space under this loft.
You know what I thought?
But-
I thought people never utilize vertical space.
Right.
It's like there's all of this room in here that no one's using. It's off the heels of coming back from New York, and my friends have to have lofts there because they don't
Exactly.
have big spaces. So it's out of necessity for them. But for me, I was just inspired, and I thought, that's cool. Like, I could probably make that work in here.
I think, too, like the challenge is working in a small space and making it feel bigger. And like, I think we definitely did that here. But a lot of that was, raising everything to the ceilings, right?
Yeah.
Kind of like
That's
bringing
not where I
things
would have
up.
gone.
Yeah.
I don't intuitively would have not thought that. Like, that's what you remember my friend Alex is always like, how does it look bigger in here when there's like 3 times the amount of stuff?
It's definitely occupying that space up closer to the ceiling that just makes it feel more grand. And I think that's a mistake a lot of people do make too, though, is they stay at surface level or halfway up the wall and kind of just plaster all the furniture around the perimeter. I do really love this one.
Yeah. Is it
I don't
because
know
it
if
has like
it's-
a leopard print carpet? Is that why?
Maybe.
'Cause you like leopard print pillows
do.
and
Yeah.
clothing? And
Yeah.
I don't understand. I don't think I could ever like leopard prints. Like what? Yeah, I don't think I could ever like that. I don't think my mind could ever aesthetically look at that and be like, damn, that's what I want.
Coats and yeah. No, I feel like this
Oh yeah, she's wearing. Yeah. Okay.
is not too far off of what you have today.
It's closer.
It's just a little bit more, like you said, more refined now.
It was a little more messy in that
Yeah.
one.
But definitely I can see your personality in that. And that's what I love. Like I want to be able to walk into the space, like especially like in someone's home too. Like I don't want it to feel like Patty Wilson Design, it's their space, because it's not. It has to be the people that live there. It's got to be about them and their personality. And I can see you in that.
I wanted the space to be reflective of who I am today. I wanted the art on the wall to be
Jim says, helps be neurotic when you're creative, apparently. Wait, what is, I know the word, but I don't know the word, actually. Wow. Neurotic, what does that mean? Because I think of like OCD, but I don't think that's true. Neuroticism is a fundamental personality trait, tendency to experience negative emotions such as fear, anger, anxiety, and depression more frequently and intensely. Individuals high in this trait often struggle with stress management, are emotionally unstable, and may perceive everyday situations as overwhelming or threatening. Huh. You were saying helps to be neurotic when you're creative. Okay, interesting. Is that... Huh. Because I don't think I exude any of this neuroticism. If anything, I'm kind of on the opposite end of that spectrum. Like even when that chimpanzee charged straight at me, it didn't, I think in the moment, yeah. Oh, speaking of, yeah, because I have it right here. By the way, Jim, in case, since you're in catch-up mode, or if this is the first time you're hopping onto my stream since I've been back, I had some really crazy encounters. I've got some really cool footage that I'm excited to kind of like, deep dive into and edit. But this was definitely by far one of the craziest ones I've ever had, where the chimp just went straight at me because I was a little bit too close for comfort. And I stepped on a branch that made a loud snapping sound, which made the chimp panic. And he thought maybe I was trying to attack him with the branch. So then you see that moment where it leaps forward out of fear. Once that branch moment happens, boom, he hops all the way back, then decides to come right at me. And even in this moment, like, I don't think I registered fear at all. Like, I honestly, I mean, it was such a fast moment to begin with. So yeah, and I say this more out of like, I don't think that's a good survival instinct. Like, I would have died if this chimp actually was meaning to attack me. I didn't have enough of a proper fear instinct flight mode to be able to actually get out of that situation. I just kind of like took it. I was like, oh, okay, it's charging at me. And then, it literally didn't care. It was just doing a little trollish thing. And then literally as you see me, So I turned my body to the side. I was trying to protect my camera, and then I swing the camera back, and it's already, just moved on far away. But yeah, we were checking out the 360 camera because I had a 360 Osmo 360 hooked up to my camera as well, or to my vest, so you can see it from another angle. It is insane. Like it looked like it was one chimp hand's distance away from actually being able to grab me or like smack me. But yeah, so we got lots of fun footage, a lot of craziness from 2 months of traveling that we'll be able to go through. I'm very excited, obviously, to kind of walk through all this with you guys. Like I said, though, as I'm kind of slowly getting back into streaming, I figured I want to do just some chill YouTube videos while I edit photos. Because like editing photos to me is a little bit easier to mindlessly do. And also, obviously, since there's no audio thing to worry about, I can watch it and listen to a video as I edit the photo. So that's my current balance for now. So you guys will kind of get to follow along my journey from the photo side of things, and then we'll hop into the video eventually. But yeah.
Be inspiring. I wanted to...
Okay, but you said neuroticism helps. You were joking about the neuroticism. Yeah. Okay. You know what? You're reminding me. There's a. I'm just preparing it now. I'm preparing one of my next YouTube videos, one of my next behind the lens video series that I've been creating on YouTube, which, by the way, if you haven't checked out, I hope you do. Well, you should check out all my YouTube videos, including my most recent one, which is pinned onto the chats. But more specifically, I've been trying to shoot this new style, like a new series called Behind the Lens. And it's mainly just seeing me, literally, it's an overhead shot. Yeah, so it's a camera up above. And I just set up my workout bench over here, and you can see both my cats. Usually, they're just sleeping near me. It's a nice aesthetic, and so I'm just kind of surrounded by my cats as I talk to the camera. And so I've been just using different topics throughout. So like I just made one about how my thoughts on AI, and what do I think about the inevitability of it? How do I survive in that world as a creative? I made one video about. So I just make videos about random topics is the point. And one of them, I do want to make it about creativity and how, in my opinion, creativity is a muscle and you should train it. And in particular, you should train it like an Olympian trains for the Olympics, like an athlete trains for the Olympics. And so I wanted to tie together a couple of things. There's this, what's her name? Eileen Gu. There's a viral interview with her recently after the Olympics, where the journalist or the reporter asked her, like, do you think before you speak? And it was funny that she said that because it sounds obviously like a negative thing, but in reality, she continued on to explain how, like, because basically when she's asked questions, she can speak with such clarity and precision and intellect on any number of topics. And so the reporter was just fascinated and impressed by how well-spoken she is across these different topics. So anyways, that was the intention of the question. And Eileen responded with like a really wise, insightful message. And she's only 22 at the time. I mean, must still be 22, but basically it was just about how she views neuroplasticity and like her own brain, especially at her age, and the fact that just like she trains for the Olympics, she just puts that same level of intentionality and focus on the way she thinks. And so she like treats her brain and her thought process as like a workout and like, learning how you can reshape your mind essentially. And so to me, it was a really cool way of thinking things and how you can actually reshape your reality, who you are, your like, how you view yourself, and also the things you do in life. And so part of that then leads to, I want to record my thoughts around creativity and how I think it's something that a lot of people tend to think is gate kept away from them, or it's something you're either born with creativity or you're not. When in reality, in my opinion, I think it's something that you can absolutely train like a muscle. And with the right intentions, you can actually become an incredibly creative person or increase the chances of creativity, like the sparks that you need to have, inventive ideas or whatever. So anyways, I'm going to make one of those videos. I went on a little bit of a tangent there. Yo, we got Mark in the chat, says, hey, I have a question. Have you ever done some astrophotography? I have, actually. I don't do a lot of it. I've only dabbled in it. And I didn't do it. I didn't continue with it where I could have improved further. Like, I'm not making much sense, but because it's funny you're saying that, because I was just in Tanzania where I was teaching photography to the guides, the safari guides. And while the focus was on wildlife photography, the question did come up about astro, because I think Acilia Africa, the company that I was working for, they do a lot of, they do actually astrophotography training, and they do like astrology training for the guides, because some of the tourists that come to the national parks that stay at their lodges, it's incredible, right? Like you're away from civilization. So every night, unless it's like cloudy from the rains or whatever, you're looking up and you're just surrounded by stars. It's such a beautiful, it's one of the best things about traveling to remote locations, is like be able to be amongst the stars. But in terms of my experience with astrophotography, it was when I was starting to do more landscape and like long exposures. So you can kind of see it on some of these, like these are like shots that I took from years ago. This is like back in like 2016, 2017 or something like that. And this is where I was shooting with the Sony a6000. I was so passionate about, like I was so eager to learn everything, and I was shooting everything. So this is where I was practicing with like, you know, long exposures, you know, for waterfalls, things like that. And, you know, these shots, you know, listen, this is years ago. I'm not really saying this is my best work by any means, but, you know, you can see when I did go through a spell where I was trying to practice a bunch of these kind of long exposure shots. And so then for astrophotography, obviously that kind of holds up as a good subject to do long exposures. So let's see if I can quickly find, I haven't done much, but there's a few moments where I did try to shoot the stars. It's Croatia. This one didn't work out well, but yeah. Oh yeah, we were in San Francisco. The photos probably won't load up properly because these are not on my hard drive right now. But yeah, I was practicing a little bit just to see if I can do a good job of it. And then there was maybe like 2 photos I've taken. These were some fun ones because this is in Oman, and then I went with a friend, and it's like in Oman, it's what do you call it? Like, there's a word for this, but basically you can camp anywhere, you can sleep anywhere. There's it's just the world's your oyster. As long as it's not private property, you can just literally sleep on the side of the road. Or in this case, we went into the desert. I learned the hard way that it's not easy to drive in the desert. You have to like let out the air in your tires. There's all kinds of rules. And thankfully, there was a local there that rescued us. But yeah, so at night, this is still in my top 5 most memorable, most profound kind of like experiences that I've ever had traveling. Was, you know, especially when the car light was turned off, and just like in every direction, because we're in the middle of this desert now. Every direction it felt like you look and you're just surrounded by stars, and they were so visible, so easy to see. Super surreal. Top 5 for me. And then when I woke up to these goats all just hanging out on the top of one of these dunes. So that was fun. All right, but where is the shot? To answer your question, Mark, of astrophotography, there was like 2 photos that I took that I was like, okay, this is at least a different take for how to shoot astro. Jesus. Okay, I'm just going to go through all my photos, I guess. Ah, wait. Speed run through all of my 5-star photos. Okay, here we go. It was around here somewhere. There it is. Now, I look at this now and I'm like, yo, this is so nasty, in the sense of like, I don't think it's a good photo by any means, like the color grading and all that. But it was fun for me to practice like doing the super long exposure. And I actually did the wrong technique for this, by the way. Oh, sorry, I'm not sharing my screen. My bad, this whole time. Yeah, so this is the example of like a long exposure that I did, where we were staying at one of these like Hogan's or yurts or whatever in like a, in upper part of Arizona. And I decided to set up my camera, and I did a super long exposure. Like, do I have the details of it here somewhere? Yeah, so this was 2,917 seconds. How long is that in minutes? How many minutes is 2,917 seconds? 48 minutes, 49 minutes. Basically, I did almost a 50-minute shutter speed. So very, very ridiculous. And I only learned afterwards that this is definitely not the right technique. So basically, I shot this. All that meant is I set up my camera. I set the focus to this Hogan. So I initially tried to put some light on it to see if I had the right focus. And then once I knew this was sharp, then I used a remote trigger so I didn't shake the camera. And I set it to like a infinite timer, right? And so then you basically just come back and hit the remote again. So 50 minutes later, I came back out and then I took, I ended the shot. And then I forget if I did this intentionally or not, but here you can see, I think I did do it intentionally. But oh no, what I did is I think I mixed two photos together maybe. So there's a chance that I made this as a composite. So there might be one shot where I took just the stars and then a second shot that was lit for the foreground. So yeah, there's a foreground shot and then the background shot for the stars. And then when I combined it, I just created this composite using one of those shots where you can see I had my flash on my smartphone. So when I walked past, it just caught my light the whole way. So it was just like a creative flair, no pun intended. But anyways, it's a little bit distracting now that I see it. But in terms of this is from 50 minutes of like a long exposure. Now I know that the way you're supposed to do it is you're supposed to just stack photos together. You're supposed to take like 1,000 photos of like whatever, 30 seconds each or however long. So that way, because the risk that you run into with the method I did was all it takes is you mess up just 1 second out of the 50 minutes shutter, or if I accidentally hit the tripod, or maybe some vibration somewhere makes it shake, and all of a sudden your entire photo could be ruined, technically or potentially. So the smarter way is to just have your camera set to take multiple shots within a time frame. So let's say like, oh, take several 1-minute shots or 30-second photos, and then it'll, take it for 30 minutes or 50 minutes. And then you can put it through Photoshop or whatever, and there's different softwares that lets you combine it all together, and it collects every little light from each of the photos, aligns all the photos so they're all stacked nicely, and then you get the brightness from all the little specks of light combining, if that makes sense. Yo, we got Cyronius in the chat. Hello, Cyronius. How's it going, my friend? Cyronius, I still need to talk to you about that Bella Box thing. Let me know what it takes to get that set up. Because I don't know when my live streaming thing will happen, but most likely I'm supposed to do it maybe in June, if it's possible. So it might be coming up soon. So yeah, let me know. We might have to chat. Mark says, what would be the right technique? Yeah, so like I was saying, the right technique for this would have been, one, you would try to take one shot of whatever's in the foreground, right? So in that one, you just take one time, right? You just light it up. Some people will literally set up a light source to light up the foreground, whatever's in the foreground. In this case, it happened to be this building. And so you just try to take one shot. Usually it doesn't take too much of a long exposure, and just make sure you get it all focused and nice. Then you change your focus to go into the infinity mode, right? So you try to double check and make sure that the focus is set to the stars. And then you, I forget what, usually you want ISO kind of high. So yeah, I had this on ISO 2000. And then the aperture was set to f11. So I think usually like f8 to f11 could work for this. Although some people shoot with like a f1, sometimes you do want like a wide aperture, like a 1.2 lens for the stars. It just depends if you're trying to capture things in the foreground as well. And like I said, in my case, I was doing this absurd 50-minute capture. So I could afford to do f11 because I was staying up late at night to let it ride. But the other issue, if you do like a 50-minute, is you get this effect, right? You can see because the Earth is spinning, the stars aren't necessarily staying in the same spot. So within that 50 minutes, all you're seeing is every one of those stars as it moves across the sky, and as your camera is collecting the light of the light source, you're seeing it drag across the sensor over time. So that's one of the risks you run into when you do this long exposure. So again, if you do a shorter one, like 30 seconds, 1 minute, then the stars actually look like stars. And then you can stack those photos together, and you can either recreate the exact same thing you're seeing here, like this like long drag, or some people will then line it up so that the stars are never moving. And then you can, yeah, I know there's like different techniques. I just never got deep into it enough to like really say I'm an expert by any means about it. And then there's one shot I took later on in Dubai. I wonder if I can quickly find it. Took one shot in Dubai. Ah, there it is. So I forget what it was. There was like some event where there's some shooting stars. So a couple friends of mine, we went out into the desert just to see it. And this wasn't like the coolest or craziest shot, but I think it was same principles maybe. Let's see. I don't know if these are the... So I think I had her standing there and not move, and I took one photo making sure that she was nicely exposed and in focus, and then the rest of it was just focusing on the sky. And I could be wrong. It's a little bit different because we had these shooting stars, but it could have just been that I had her stand there for a second or just to get the shot, and then she walked away, and then I could spend the rest of the time just trying to get these shots of the stars, and then you combine the shots later. And they call these like composites when you combine multiple photos together. But I don't remember. It's been so long now. Anyways, that's where we land there. Where were we? I was on this day. Okay, we're on to the chimp photos now.
To be the projects that have brought me the most joy.
Jim says a time lapse. Yes. Did I not use that word? I'm forgetting words. Yes, that is a time-lapse photo.
People on the wall that have brought me the most joy. In the past, I kind of just put up any type of art or photo that fit the space. If it physically measured and fit, it's on the wall. I've always been huge on putting art on the walls. Ask anybody that knows me. But this particular time, I wanted to be a bit more thoughtful. I wanted to pick pieces that I was proud of. Pieces that someone could come in and spend 5-10 minutes looking at the wall. We could talk about them, talk about the stories behind them. After all, that is what photography is all about. That wall is full of stories.
I think it's a perfect place to start when people come to visit. They always stop and look at the wall. They pick whatever photo speaks to them the most, and then I get to tell the story about that photo because that is inherently what we do and what we create. So as a photographer, I love being able to show off my work, and it's a great representation of my successes both personally and professionally, and then I get to tell stories about them and map them out on the wall, and it's kind of like a little roadmap of where I've been, what I've done, and where I'm going. I'll show you my favorite. I actually don't know if I could show you my favorite, honestly. I think I've done a good job at compiling all of my favorites to be the wall, so I feel bad when I choose one over the other. The standing ovation shot that Jared Polin actually took of me is a very special photo. It's the first standing ovation I ever got. I didn't even see him or have any idea that he was behind me. And then he had that printed for me as a gift for my last studio. So that's at my house now, but I kept it on the wall because it deserves a place here, and it was a special moment, and the gift of photography, all those things that we've talked about, so it's forever going to have a place in the studio.
The graffiti hallway was also your idea.
Yes. Yes, we forgot about that.
I'm still fixed. I'm what's the word for this? Is it OCD or I can't let it go. But again, the issue I'm having right now is just the wall behind the guest. Like, yeah, like I appreciate like there's a lot of thought put behind this for sure, and it looks great. But then what happened to the wall behind the guest? Like all of this looks so good, and then it's just like you can almost feel like where the budget ran out. It's like right here. And then all of a sudden, as things all are there, everything for a reason, in its place, as designed, all the way until we get to this wall. And now all the depth is gone. Now we got the utility stuff stuck to the wall. Yeah. And then that starts to bother me. And then a little bit of like, I don't know, this is where I think sometimes symmetry could make or break you. But when you have like a long table like this, where it's kind of meant to be centered, and you've got these, you know, the carpeting thing or whatever you call this, the tablecloth. So then you feel like, okay, this wide angle shot is designed to be very symmetrical, right? We got the table in the center going up here, and then right down the middle is like this photo collage. And then now over on like to the top left corner behind Peter McKinnon, you get like some extra lighting, and you can see his bookshelf and some of the hats or whatever else. It's like, okay, fine. We got this like lighting and coloring over in this corner. But then I expect either something similar or same thematically, there should be something then behind the guests in the top right section. And instead, what we get is, you know, fire alarms and AC unit. It's bothering me so much. It like, okay.
A completely, again, white walls. Remember, I was like, you're like, what's your idea for this? And I was like, I think like Severance, maybe just white everything, get rid of like the black door, the handle, just like nothing in here. You walk in and it's just sterile. And I remember you were like, are you open to suggestions? And I was like, yeah. And you're like, okay, don't do that.
I was like, that was a hard no.
Yeah.
That was like, no.
This is our back hallway. Pretty boring. Whitewashed, nothing going on. Patty thought, why don't you guys slam that entire hallway with graffiti? And that's where Matthias comes in. Layers upon layers upon layers of paint. Spray, wash it back. Spray, wash it back. Base coat on top of base coat. One of my favorite things about art is being able to watch someone that excels in their craft in an industry that I have nothing to do with, who does their thing, their craft very, very well at a high level. That gives me so much inspiration. So not only does the hallway look sick, but being able to watch an artist like Matthias do what he does at the very highest level was an absolute pleasure. Not only that, but it took our boring white hallway to the absolute top of the mountain. I can say now, it's not so boring.
I mean, that's crazy. Yo, how is that guy, if you're a graffiti artist like this, how do you not lose brain cells from all the fumes? Was he not wearing a mask there? How's this dude, maybe they just did it for the shot. I'm like, yo, how do you do all this and not wear a mask?
Not only that, but it took our boring white hallway to the absolute top of the mountain.
If this wasn't clear by now, like, I tend to have, I think I get super caught up on random small details. And like, those are the things that just like latch onto my mind. So right now I'm just, this is the thing that's not bothering me, but like the thought that I'm having, besides how impressive this is like, where's your mask, bro? Are you just like breathing in the fumes?
I can say now, it's not so boring.
That's crazy. Man, this looks like such a cool entrance to like a tattoo studio.
I did not expect you to come back with slam it with graffiti, floor to ceiling, neon signs,
street art.
And what did you say? You just thought that was a good representation of like
you and
artists.
Andrew. Yeah.
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 Yeah. Because if you don't know, there's a tattoo artist,
Oh.
Andrew, that works next door. So it kind of.
Well, there you go. Looks like great minds think alike, huh? At least for some things.
Makes sense for both of us. That was still just such a, and that's the first impression everyone gets when the back door opens. They're like, what the heck is back there, dude? Is there a rave going on or like a John Wick film being shot? I would just never expect that idea to come from you, which I think is why I love it even more.
Yeah.
You'd expect it to come from me.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
Another major addition was this table. I have never had a table in any office ever. The closest thing to a table was the little bar top that I had at my old studio where we filmed a lot of videos because it was a working surface. It was useful. But I've never had a table like this where I can sit down, I can eat, I can chat with friends, can have meetings, and, as you've seen, host a podcast.
Kirk Lapitin is back.
I still don't know if I like these tables for
meetings,
podcasts.
and as you've seen, host a podcast.
Because like I've seen some other examples of these like long tables, and I remember thinking for myself too, like, would that make the most sense to get something like this? I've leaned towards like I think there are better designs for like a podcast setup, in my opinion, right? Like I think I prefer the other styles where it's more like seated, you know, like not having a table. Like I think what it does, yeah, it's like creating a barrier. You're creating like a physical gap or a barrier between you and the guest. So in some ways it can feel intimate, but other ways it almost feels confrontational because you're literally on the other side of like, you know, imagine if Peter's doing the exact same pose as his guest. It almost looks like you're having a face-off. Whereas like when you do have those individual seats or, you know, like chair lounges or whatever, it gives off a bit more of an informal, casual vibe, or more, I don't know, in my opinion, I think a more welcoming vibe. Plus, again, once you get a long table like this, I think it almost forces you to have symmetry in your framing, because it takes up so much space, and then now it just becomes like, you know, if you look at the geometry of this or whatever, you got this big trapezoid style thing that takes up, you know, a decent chunk of your screen space. And it's like an awkward leading line because it just goes all the way, and then there's other things. So it just feels like, I don't know. And then it's like, okay, well, do I position the camera like perfectly? Because my OCD brain, or whatever you want to say, will get too much of like, well, I would want the framing so that this table is properly set up. Whereas right now I see there's a gap in the bottom right. So the edge of the table is not lining up to the edge of the screen here, whereas over on the bottom left it is a little bit better. So I think all these little things will start to bother me when you're trying to chase after symmetry on this. So in those reasons, I feel like it's just, I prefer when you have the seats, if you had to choose between at least those two styles. But yeah, anyways.
Kirk Lapitin is back. Yeah.
How'd you set this up? This is crazy.
It's just all built in, dude. A spot where I can actually sit across from somebody and film a video. I've never had that. In the old spaces, I used to film sideways, and that's tough. When you're trying to have a conversation with someone and the camera's directly in front of you and you're looking to the side, you don't know when to keep looking back to the camera, or when you're looking at your guest. You guys are way too close to each other. It's very uncomfortable. So across, this is the first time I've been able to do that, and it's phenomenal. Not to mention just having a spot where I can bring things in and set them down on the table. That is huge. A proper desk to house all the things that I need to be creative. You've seen that. I made a video a few weeks ago, my desk tour 2026. I saw some funny comments. That's not a functional work. You just did that for aesthetics. Yeah, obviously I did it for aesthetics. I do everything for aesthetics. That's part of my art. And as far as it being functional, I make all my videos at this desk. Who says it's not functional? Pirate life could be a studio, this would be it. My style has always been contrasty. It has always been darker. It has always been filled with texture, unique things, art, a little bit of grit, rock and roll, New York loft vibe, leather, brick, different wood, brass lights, Edison bulbs, exposed beams, wires, cables, all this stuff encompassed is me. And I feel like my studio over time has been versions of other things that have inspired me throughout the years, but never directly a representation or mirror of this guy until now. So this is the evolution of the Peter McKinnon HQ, the studio 2026. I hope you like it. I love it. And I don't see myself changing this anytime soon.
I agree. I mean, it's so impressive. Literally the only knock that I have is just that podcast setup. It's just the guest backdrop here. It's like, you know, I feel like there should be, I don't know what, right? But yeah, that's my big gripe. Otherwise, man, I'm jealous. This thing's amazing. I would love to have my own setup like that. Okay, I'm struggling with this photo here. Sometimes, like, when you're shooting these chimps, like the forest lighting can sometimes work really well in your favor. Like, you can end up with some really crazy frames and like really cool light. But then other times you can end up with just like, I don't know, struggle session, especially because you got all this foliage that just randomly pops in. So I am struggling a little bit with trying to figure out what's the best way to color and edit this this shot. I want to go low exposure, but again, I'm just trying to figure out the right way to do it. And then with this one, because it's got like its pose here, I feel like I do need to maintain the entire body structure just to not lose sight of like this casualness. But just again, the colors themselves, it's not really speaking to me. So I gotta see what I can do. I don't have a good answer yet. Yes, Nala. What's going on? Good girl. You wanna hang out? Where are you, Nala? Come on. Alright, Nala's being needy right now, so we'll show her some love here. Alright, Nala, what's going on in your mind? Why are you freaking out? What are you complaining? What does that mean? Man, those purrs are deep. Good girl. Crazy cat, crazy cat. Ooh. Why are you complaining, huh? What's going on? Ugh.
This is the way that you move really quickly through a color grade and get really good results.
The other thing I need to work on is I was supposed to look at the latest DaVinci update where now you can like edit photos from DaVinci.
This is the secret. This is the way that you move really quickly through a color grade and get really good results really fast. One of the biggest places where I see color grades go wrong is with saturation. We get exposure and contrast and balance to a good spot, and then we hit a wall. Do I need more saturation? Do I need less saturation? Is the image good as is? And if I do need to make an adjustment, which of the 10 plus tools in Resolve that are all labeled saturation should I actually be using? In part 3 of this series on color grading for DPs, we're going to break down why saturation is often one of the most difficult parts of a grade and how we can make it easy by using the right tools and taking the right approach. We're also going to level up a tool that we've been using throughout this series for adjusting exposure and balance, and we're going to tie everything together into a repeatable node graph that you can take with you into every project. Okay, we're going to dive into saturation, and we're going to start with some concepts because the concepts are just important as what we're actually going to do when we get hands-on in Resolve here in just a moment. The first concept I want to throw at you is that the order of things matters. That's really a concept we've been talking about throughout this series, and it's really true here, specifically with balance and then saturation. So we want to make sure before we even begin trying to adjust saturation in our image that our balance is feeling pretty good, because if it doesn't feel good, it's only going to get worse as we pump saturation into the image. We really want to observe those principles that I talked about in the earlier installments of this series, which, by the way, if you haven't checked out, I highly encourage checking those out before you go on with this video, because this video is going to be a lot easier, make a lot more sense. But we really want to have that balance dialed and observe those principles of maxing out color separation and flattering our subject as much as possible. Otherwise, any saturation that we add on top of that is just going to make that lack of balance come through that much worse. So that's number one. Number two is something that we talked about in the last installment of this series as related to contrast. Today it relates to saturation, and that's that saturation, like contrast, should be defined at the system level.
Oh,
it should be defined by our...
Jim says, can you share your screen? My bad. I keep forgetting. Thank you. I was just struggling here with this chimp photo. And then we got Cullen Kelly, who we discovered a while back as I was getting more into the film stuff. And like I feel like he and some other people in my community in the chat have definitely mentioned that he's one of the best. So I take his word as gospel when it comes to these things. The one thing I will not take from him though is what do you call it? Style, hairstyle? What do you call a mustache? Is that technically a part of your hairstyle? I will not get his recommendations on hairstylist, mustache stylist. What is going on there, man? He's growing I mean, I'm jealous that he can grow that, but I don't know. It feels different seeing him with the clean shaven, except for a thick bushy mustache.
Our pipeline. It should be defined by our look, and then at the individual shot level, it should be something that we are managing, like keeping the tires of a car on the road, as opposed to something that we are actively adjusting on every single shot, and as we land on every new shot going, okay, what do we want to do with saturation here? Instead, we're responding to what's happening in the image and saying, does this shot need anything in order to be aligned with its neighbors and to reflect the creative intent that I established when I built out my pipeline and my overall look? So it's a seasoning thing, it's not an ingredient in your dish, okay? And now I want to answer the big question. Why is saturation so difficult? Why is it more difficult often than things like exposure and contrast and balance and some of the other fundamental considerations of a color grade? Here's the reason. Exposure and contrast and balance all are...
Looks like you put a ton of black hair coloring. Oh, yeah, I guess so, maybe. I mean, listen, he's a good-looking dude, man. And also, he's making me realize I need to start working out again. So, yeah, no knock on him. No shade. Just the mustache. Okay, I got... it's just the mustache that I'm... it's raising my eyebrows. Okay.
Operating directly on our RGB image. So remember, we have a red, green, and a blue channel that our camera captures, that our display shows, and that our image speaks in the path in between, okay? But when it comes to saturation, saturation is not a red or a green or a blue channel. It is a derived channel. Now, what that means is that we have to derive that channel in some kind of way. We have to say, all right, I have this much red, this much green, this much blue. How am I going to calculate a saturation channel from those ratios, from those amounts? There's different ways that you can do this. Some are better than others. That's called a model. So that's number one. We need a saturation model that actually works in our favor. Number two, the other thing that's going to predict how successful a saturation operation or adjustment is the operation itself. So in other words, what are we actually...
Okay, so I honestly don't know what I'm doing with this photo. Like, this is, I'm like completely in the dark in terms of creative direction here. All I know is I don't think I like the original colors, the lighting, anything. So I'm just desperately trying to see, is there a way I can play with this chimp photo to give it a creative edge that lets it stand on its own. So I'm mixing in a bit of like soft lighting. I'm trying to do a little bit of desaturation. Yeah, because even like when you look at his body, there's nothing like, what do you call it? There's nothing, there's a word I'm missing in my brain. There's nothing flattering about the patterns on his, on the fur. Like, it's just bland. Not to mention he's got a few of these little red flowers throughout his body, which doesn't really add much. It distracts more than anything. So yeah, I don't know. I'm trying my best to see if there's a style I can stick with on this. It's just like the colors don't seem to do any justice. That is another issue with chimpanzees and gorillas. It's really hard to, because their skin tone is like basically a mixture of black and silver and gray. You're not like, you don't get a lot of room to kind of color the animal nicely. So sometimes you lean into black and white. Sometimes it depends on the grass around them. I don't know. It's just it's a little bit challenging finding like the right way to edit for these apes.
Doing to that saturation channel once we have converted into a saturation space. So you can think of this kind of like lift, gamma, gain on your control surface. Am I going to apply lift? Am I going to apply gamma? Am I going to apply gain to my image? They're all adjustments of the image, but they're going to do different things and affect different parts of the image. We have the same choice to make when we're adjusting our saturation. And those two factors, the model and the operation that we're performing within that model, are going to predict whether a given saturation slider or not.
Okay. I'm just like experimenting, but I kind of like this color coming through here. So I might go into the opposite direction. Instead of doing more like monotone, I might try to do like a duotone and get a little bit of like Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
Knob or adjustment is going to feel really good or mediocre or feel really terrible. So we can have a huge amount of control over the results of our saturation adjustments just by using a saturation solution that has a good model and performs a good operation. So let's get hands-on and take a look at what that looks like here inside of Resolve. We're going to do something kind of unexpected, because if you look at all the different places I could adjust saturation in Resolve, I've got my primary saturation somewhere around here, right there. You can see how much I use that adjustment. I've got my HDR saturation. Again, I never use this, so I don't even know where the heck it is, but it's somewhere in here. Oh, it's in our global, I think, over here. Yeah, there we go. We've got all of our sat controls here within our HSL curves. We've got our color slice tool, which has a saturation adjustment as well. So we've got all these different levers that we can pull on for adjusting saturation, for theoretically doing the same thing, making our image more or less colorful, right? And just for the sake of kind of exploration, let's use like the default, most basic, most OG saturation adjustment that exists in Resolve. That would just be our saturation knob right here within our primaries, okay? And I'm really gonna push this far just for the kind of sake of making an example of it, okay? So I'm gonna grab a still of it and we're gonna reset this node, and we're gonna do something very different. We're gonna do something different than any of the options that I just gave you. It's a bit complex at first, it looks a bit fancy, but as we're gonna see it in a little bit here, this is something that can actually be cooked into your template node graph, so you never have to set this up again once you've set it up the one time and cooked it into a reusable power grade that you can pull into every project that you grade. Check this out. I'm gonna right click on this node. I'm gonna set my color space to HSV. I'm gonna right click on it again, and I'm gonna turn off channels 1 and 3. What does that mean? What am I doing there? Well, I'm converting into my saturation model. In this case, that model is called HSV. And I'm saying, hey, don't worry about channel 1, that's hue. I don't want to adjust hue. Don't worry about channel 3, that's value or lightness or brightness. I don't want to adjust that either. All I want to do in this node is adjust the S of my HSV space. So it's actually something kind of complex happening under the hood here. All within this node, we are converting into our HSV model. We're about to make an adjustment only to the S channel or saturation channel of that model, and then we're going to convert right back out into our RGB model once done, and it's all happening right here within this node. Now check this out. The cool thing is once we've got this set up, first of all, we're in a pretty good model that's going to observe roughly the physics of actual saturation, where if something is going to become more colorful, it by definition physically has to become darker. We're going to see that represented in the HSV color model, and we have control. We get to decide what operation we perform on that saturation channel, as opposed to a saturation knob, which is just a black box that we don't know what it's doing, and even if we did, it wouldn't matter because it's only doing one thing and we don't get to control or influence what operation it's performing. Whereas here, as a starting point, I can just do some gain. And let's wipe to what we were doing a moment ago, just kind of for the sake of comparison, and try to get to kind of roughly the same level of saturation. Can you see how these are wildly different renderings of the image? In this one, my colorful stuff is actually getting darker, because if we think about things getting more colorful, that means they're going to be more selective about the color or wavelengths of light that they reflect, which means it fundamentally needs to get darker. So it's a very different feeling model. And this is just the beginning, because I'm adjusting gain. And just like when we're talking about good old RGB gain, what's that going to do to the image? It's going to adjust the brightest values of the image, the strongest values that are already present in the image. Same thing with saturation. What's going to respond the strongest when I turn this gain wheel is the most saturated stuff, all here in the periphery of the image. But what if that's not what I want? That's often not what we want with saturation. We actually want to boost the lower saturation areas of the image and actually hold or have a less lower response with the higher saturation areas. So if we wanted to do that, like, let's grab a still of this.
Man, what I like about Colin Kelly, one, he's like very articulate, but he does such a good job of like breaking down complex things. So like I feel like I'm kind of like, you know, for the most part I can follow him decently better than I expected myself to be able to.
And I'm going to reset what we just did here with our gain, and we're going to try adjusting our gamma instead. So gamma is going to target kind of like the middle or the belly of the image, and we're going to get a different rendering as a result. We're going to pick up things more like skin and more moderate saturations a little more quickly than we were with our gain. So again, with this setup that I've given you right here, you can control that model. It's a good model, it's HSV, and you can also control the operation you're performing within it. If you wanted to go really crazy, you could actually go into your custom curves and draw your own saturation curve. I've demoed this in other videos. I'm not going to dive into it too much today because we could get and we could spend the whole video talking about this, but the point is, with this setup, it's highly flexible and it's got everything working in your favor in terms of the model that's being used and the operations that you're able to do once you're within that model. So that's the saturation piece of things. And if we tie all this together and say, I'm going to manage rather than trying to actively alter saturation on every shot, I'm going to use this setup here with HSV where I've got a good model and I control the operation. This is going to make it really easy to make really good finessed saturation adjustments whenever you need to, without needing to get trigger happy with it and do it on every single shot. And instead we're using it as seasoning as we want to. And maybe the final piece that I would add to this that's going to be the most impactful for you is to really embrace that idea that this is seasoning. How do you know when something needs salt? When it tastes like there's not enough salt in there. So let this be a reactive thing. If the image looks great to you, if it doesn't look like it needs saturation, you have your answer. You don't need to do anything at all because we don't add salt speculatively, right? We add salt when we're like, hey, it needs a little bit of salt. Same thing with saturation. That's already been handled. That's been defined at your pipeline macro level. Here at the shot level, you are only going to manipulate saturation if you feel like there's something that you want to see that you're not already seeing, okay? Now we're going to pivot a little bit and we're going to revisit something that we've been doing throughout this series for adjusting exposure and balance. And we're actually going to piggyback off of what we just did, this whole idea of all within one single node, moving into another space, doing a thing that we couldn't have done in our original space, and then kicking back out to the space that we started in. We're going to apply that same concept in a slightly different fashion here. So check this out. Let's go to another shot. I'm going to go to a shot with like lots of dark stuff in it because it's going to help to illustrate my point. So thus far in this series, we've talked about using...
Okay, I'm hitting a wall here with the creativity, or at least with this shot, which is then taking me out of a good, what do you call it? It's taking me out of a good mood of like feeling motivated. So I feel like I want to come back to this tomorrow. Because yeah, it's like a mental blocker here with this chimp shot. Struggle session. Like how do I work this guy into something magical? It might mean, you know what? I think maybe it is about going black and white. I think maybe that's where I'm struggling. The colors aren't doing much anyways. The subject is mostly dark black and whitish. So maybe I just lean into it and just embrace the black and white. I think that's what we'll do. Yeah, because like the colored versions don't really add much anyways. So I think we'll start with this as the base because there's a bit of softness to it. Hold on. Okay, no, we'll just recreate it. I don't do a lot of black and white, so this will be fun. So what are things we can do with this shot?
Offset to control exposure and color balance. And if we do that here, if I grab my offset and spin things open, you can see, as we already talked about, offset is a pretty good analog for exposure, right? This is doing a pretty handy job of exposing my image up. And let's grab a still of this, and we're gonna now reset this, and we're gonna try things a bit differently. So now, instead of using our offset, I'm gonna fully reset this node. We're gonna right-click this node, kind of like we just did with our HSV a moment ago, but this time we're gonna go not to our color space, but to our gamma. And we're gonna say gamma linear, okay? So in the same way that with our HSV node, we were saying, hey, move into HSV, let me do whatever I want to do in this node, and then kick me back into RGB. In this scenario, we're saying, hey, strip off my log encoding, my DaVinci intermediate log curve that I'm normally working in, and put me into a linear space for the duration of this node, and then put that log encoding back on once I'm done doing my thing. Now, before I start adjusting things, let's talk about what the world linear is. Like, what is this gamma curve that I've just moved you into? It's really easy. Linear is the domain of physical light out in the real world before eyeballs and cameras and displays get involved. That's why we call it linear. So linear response means that if I shoot something that is at middle gray and then I shoot something that is one stop over middle gray, the encoded values for those two exposures will be doubles of each other. So the shot that's one stop over will be double the value of the shot that was exposed at middle gray. Everything is just linear and works just like physical light in the real world. And there's all kinds of cool stuff we can do in this space. We don't use it enough in color grading. It's a magical space, but one of the most magical things we can do within it is adjust exposure and balance. Check this out. I'm gonna take my gain and now spin it open. And I'm actually gonna wipe to what I did before, and I'm gonna kind of bisect her face. and try to just kind of make this seam disappear as best I can on her face. It's never going to be perfect, but I can get somewhere in the ballpark, okay?
Okay.
So maybe something like that.
This is where I'm calling it. Yeah, I think we'll stop here for now. It was an attempt. Attempt was made, okay? Could have been better, but what can you do? All right, so I'm going to wind down, but we got Nala here. You want to say anything, Nala? Man, that's like a proper... Hold on. Let me pause the music. That's like a proper meow. Can you give us another one, Nala? Quiet now. Got anything to say? Wow, she was so talkative just a moment ago. What else you got to say, Nala? Good girl. Mm-hmm. It's the cat ASMR time. All right, let's put you down, yeah? Good girl. Okay, all right. So with all of that said, I think it's time to wind down. It is almost 11:30 p.m. my time. So we had a proper chill stream, about 4.5 hours worth. What is today? Wednesday? So I'll be streaming tomorrow and the day after as well. That's the current goal. My goal is I want to get back into just like long stream sessions where we're just grinding through things and hopefully finding something productive through that. I clearly have enough photos and videos to go through. There's a lot of other things I need to do. I didn't talk too much about the live streaming thing that I should be testing out shortly, where I will be going to Kenya. It seems like that will be the first pilot. I'll be doing a pilot where I can rig up a Jeep, a safari Jeep, with some cameras, with some Starlink, some blah, blah, blah. And my goal is that you guys will see me do some IRL live stream as we're chasing after wildlife, and then you can actually see what it's like to, you know, take a photo or video of the cheetah or the lion or whatever else is happening. That's the goal. So I'm very excited. There's a lot behind the scenes that I still need to prep for. And shout out to Swiss Army Cinema and Cyronius, who are part of this community. Cyronius, who's also a streamer and does a lot of IRL stuff. So they've been kind enough to lend their support in terms of filling in the gaps of my knowledge. And in the case of Swiss, it sounds like he might be able to join me depending on when the trip happens. But yeah, that'll be fun. And that will be a huge evolution for me as a streamer, as I'm learning about this world, is to then get to a point where I have now understood and I can properly do these IRL streams. Because obviously for me, if you've been following my channel, I do love to travel. That is a big part of who I am in terms of my brand identity or like the things I'm passionate about. So I would love to be able to keep traveling, but not put streaming on pause. I would like to be able to stream while I travel. So we'll see if I can actually correctly and properly evolve and adapt into the IRL streaming world. So wish me luck on that. That's still a few months away in terms of like when I think I'll be properly set, but it's in motion. Okay, we've made some progress there. So all right, anyways, thank you guys. That was a good productive stream. Thanks to all of you guys who hopped in at various points. I will probably stream tomorrow, maybe a little bit earlier too. As I'm shaking off the rust, I think I'm getting faster at just like making sure everything's ready to go. So we shall see. Thank you guys. I will see you tomorrow.